Oh man, I'm already exhausted. Oh, actually, hold on. Give me another moment. Alright, just making sure my window was closed. Alright, where were we? Where were we? Had a great morning starting late because none of my stuff wanted to connect to each other. Everything was breaking. Making me upset, dude. Yeah, I figured I'd play it. I like this song. Let me be real with you, I forgot where it played. Let me... Bam. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. Kabam. Oh, I'm tired. I don't even want to do anything anymore. I hate dealing with technical issues, dude. Right. I forgot if that played... Oh, dude, there, or the, or somewhere in that, like, Witch Tea party. My brain kind of slow right now. I'm still, like, absorbing this coffee here. Anyway, howdy, morning. Start of episode 3. Don't know how long this is gonna be. I think I want my goal to be... What it... Jeez, I was gonna say I want my goal to be to try to be episode 3 before Deltarune, but that gives me just a little under 2 weeks to do that. And I don't think that'd be possible. Maybe we should at least try beating E33 Expedition before that. It's only a little longer than episode 1. Just a little, he says. Let's do our usual and quick refresh before we start. So all of what happened in episode 2, man? None of any of that brought me any closer to figuring out how this works. Thinking music. Like I'm also still thinking about the third Twilight. I feel like that's been skipped both times. Maybe like Battler breaking down and saying he believed in her at one time, maybe that counted. Maybe in episode 1, just Maria always saying she exists counted. I don't know about any of that. We never really see anything that could help us solve the first part. Even then, we still don't know where any of the gold could be. We're like the riddle that's supposed to be in here. We have like nothing to go off of. Second episode was supposed to be completely, totally one-sided and unfair. What is this like purgatory like screen we got going on here? Oh yeah, we met Lambda Delta. All things with like Shannon and I guess all three of them have powers, but we never saw anything like the glowing sword or shield from Genji, huh? Anyway, in the first Twilight, D6 died. Rosa was left as the one in charge, and it was absolutely the worst thing that could have happened. I think everything fell apart much faster with her being the one in charge. Genji threw a knife at a butterfly. I guess that it was pretty cool. No, like energy powers or anything though. Shannon and George dying was also something like pretty interesting, yeah. I'm still not too sure I fully trust Kuwasawa, or Kumasawa rather. Kumasawa? Is that a name of another character from another game? Right, Kumasawa, Goda, and Nanjo. I still feel suspicious about them based on what I said last time. Even though they did die pretty early on in episode 2. Unless it's meant to be that the supposed killer in each episode isn't always going to be the same person. I think, like Battler said before, the killer doesn't matter. It's only proving that the killings can be done by people and not a witch, not through magic. Anything else interesting happened in episode 2? A lot of things interesting happened, but... Rosa, I guess, was kind of cool at the end there. The last shootout. Pretty much, I think, only died because she really wanted to take a bar of gold with her. I don't know what her plan was. Swimming across the ocean. How far is that? It takes them, like, over an hour by boat, right? Not sure she would have lasted with that heavy-ass bar of gold and Maria. Almost everyone has died at least once, but opening on a person will be... Well, yeah, but also... There's a whole thing where one of them could be, like, faking it. That whole suggestion from episode 1. No one died with, like, their face like Bastion, like the others in episode 1, right? I think the only thing we got that could be used as maybe someone might have like faked their death or something is Canon disappearing somehow. And then I was gonna say Nanjo and Kumasawa, but their bodies did turn up later, and I don't think anything was done to their faces. I don't know. I don't know if I trust... If I would trust many of the events that happened in episode 2 all that much. There should be clues in episode 2 on how to get through this next one, though, yeah? Like how the witch played, what kind of trap she used. She supposedly had a whole lot of openings, weaknesses, and all that. But I don't know. I don't know what they could have been. If we assume the red text was always the truth, that she didn't try lying in any of the cases, she was actually being real with that. I don't know how the servant room or the... What was after that? Natsui's room? I think that was after. I don't know how anything past the servant room would have worked, basically. Like when I think that like the chapel was pretty much solved, so like with the whole someone just took the letter in the middle of the night or something. But who? Who could fake being Beatrice? Get everyone in the chapel and get them to believe Beatrice actually is a witch and all that. I guess she just had the gold and then showed it to them and they're like, oh damn, you alright, you must be real. There's like 4 blocks of it here. But beyond that, think about the events after, how they were found dead and all that. Could I don't know again if that... I feel like that just makes me more suspicious of Kumasawa because... Like that next day, she turned up late. Supposedly, she woke up late, but why would she have woken up late? Was she doing something late at night, perhaps? I'm trying to think of... The killer does end up being, like, pretty much the same in all episodes. Was there anything suspicious about Kumasawa in episode 1? I don't know. Maybe I'll try keeping watch on what she does in this next episode. See if anything is off. See if anything about anyone is off. Probably be a lot of things. But I've adjusted. The island was full of goats. I don't know. It's the easy way out. Just the gun on yourself. Not be eaten alive anyway. Pretty messed up. Yeah. That's enough thinking. Let's get to episode 3. Feel like I'm not any closer to any answers, but I guess that's what it's the question arcs. Get to the answer arc soon-ish. Maybe this year, maybe not. Anything else I want to think of? Not really. How do you suppose we're going to start? Immediately day 1? We're at the mansion? Probably not if it's a... Well... Oh, episode 2 was speeding things along a lot faster. Not just because it skipped a lot of the intro, but because events were just moving that much faster. I think a lot of the stuff that happened, like the splitting up of everyone and whatnot, just happened a lot sooner. Anyway, so we already did Legend Turn Banquet. Difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. What will episode 4 be then? Turn of Battler? Alright, let's see how that starts everything up. I'm curious. I've been curious. And fictional and fantastic and very magical. Oh, we're immediately here. Oh, kind of like the aquarium in episode 2, huh? Looking fancy in here. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of grandfather's favorite collection. So I didn't accidentally... So that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty. I was always given strict orders to never touch it. Right? One of the family members POV here. That just made me want to touch it. It looked light, and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. Maybe Eva? I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as grandfather has said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just a brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how fun dreams disappear with a poof when you wake up. Disappear, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized. Broken vase would never be returned to its original form. Grandfather would probably scold me. Probably very harshly. Ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. Oh, Beatrice already here? As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies coming towards me. As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather, one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice already doing her magic bullshit. It hasn't even been a minute yet. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, has arrived. Alright, what's... Is her talking about herself? Excuse me? That's not Beatrice. Have everyone here. Why do we have this? What the heck? Yo! We get to... Oh, description? all of the goats. All furniture and service to Beatrice. They are great in number but silent and lacking personality. They obediently follow their master's order. Their senses are closer to those of animals than humans. Ow, dude. And they're surprisingly dull-witted, which sometimes leads them to misunderstand their orders. They have by nature a massive build like a minotaur's and fearsome superhuman strength. They may be low-level furniture, but the ability to summon an inexhaustible supply of them makes them extremely convenient. Beatrice, so you all remember. I don't know. But something's messed up is already happening. Was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she always appeared and saved me. Princess. Whose voice is this?
おやおや、このような絶好のお茶会日和にどうして姫様はそのように涙をこぼされているのですか？おじい様が大切にしていた壺を。
Well, she's saying grandfather and not father. Is this meant to be Jessica? Jessica POV? Jessica child POV?
それは困りましたね。これは親方様が大層お気に入りになられていた壺のはず。どのような折感があるか、このベアトリーチェ、想像するのも恐ろしゅうございます。
Grandfather was a very frightening person. He failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry.
こぼしてしまった姫様の涙を救う魔法は持ち合わせておりませんが。
Knew that down to my bones. I couldn't do anything but cry. The phrasing of some sentences are weird to me. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears.
姫様が親方様から折檻を受けなくて済むようにする魔法なら、なんとかなるかもしれません。
What is Beatrice pulling here, dude?
姫様が私の力をお信じくださればでございます。魔法の力の根源は信じる力。
Well, that's a constant. You gotta believe in magic for it to happen, I guess. Need belief.
信じる。ベアトリーチェの魔法を信じます。だから、この壺を直してください。お願いします。姫様がそれをお望みでしたら、それではこのベアトリーチェにお任せを。
When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse of Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。それはきっととてもとても美しい姿。どうか私にあの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Were they words or was it a song? Oh, it had to be magic. Oh, new butterfly? After all, can't you see? Pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they've been on display, reassembling into their original form.
すごい。ほら、これで元通りですよ。これで親方様にお叱りを受けずに済みますね。
Story really knows how to confuse me at the start of each episode, dude.
ベアトリーチェはすごいね。壊れた壺を直すなんて造作もないんだね。そんなことはありませんよ。壊れてしまったものを元に戻すのはとても難しいことです。私の魔法は一時それを思い出させるだけに過ぎませんよ。
It's gonna break again.
でも、壺はちゃんと元通りになったよ。そうですね。ですがそれは壺が壊れたという運命を回避させたわけではありません。壊れた壺に一時壊れる前の姿を思い出させるだけに過ぎません。
Your magic
壊れ
sucks
た
then.
運命を元の姿に修復するほどの魔力はこのベアトリーチェにも未だ至らぬ遥かな高みなのです。
Mean you haven't obtained. Hold on 1 second. I noticed how dirty my glasses were and it's bothering the hell out of me. Okay. I can see! That time the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. Ah, no. Now it's her fault. Drop something. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. A cat! I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but it was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the vase being broken. So, the vase remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that snuck in. That's right, already getting a flashback? Beatrice never said, let's fix the vase. She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. I wonder if that's a clue to how her, like, magic works in all the episodes. Or how it's supposed to. Bren going around? She's not a cat, I think. She has a tail. No ears, though.
物を壊すことはとても容易なことです。姫様が壺を割るのに魔法を必要としなかったように。直すことはとても難しいこと？はい。姫様が途方に暮れて泣き出してしまうほどに。魔法というのは恐ろしいことをする時の方がたやすいの？壊したり殺したりすることは簡単にできるのに。
What a thought process to go to immediately.
蘇らせたりするのはとても難しいというし。そうですね。魔法は殺めたり壊したりすることの方がとても簡単です。故に誘惑に負ける弱き魔女たちは安易に身につけられる力に酔い、本当の魔法の修行を怠ってしまいます。
Really?
本当の魔法とは治す力、蘇らせる力、ちっ ってしまった幸せを呼び戻し、冷めてしまった愛をも呼び戻す。そして微笑を忘れてしまった姫様の顔に笑顔を呼び戻せるのですよ。
Who is this princess?
なら、ツボを直すことができたベアトリーチェはすごい魔女ということ？
You already forget it wasn't fixed.
私などまだまだ修行の日々
Princess Nanjo? Oh, of course.
ツボが割れるという運命を私の魔法ではほんの1時間も忘れさせることができなかったのですから。
Live Nanjo Hime reaction.
私に魔法を教えてくれたお師匠様ならきっと永遠に。
She has a teacher? Is her name also Beatrice?
元の姿に蘇らせることができたでしょうね。
壊れても壊れても何度でも何度でも直せる。
Sounds like the opposite of
ええ、
what Beatrice likes
そ
to
の
do.
境地に達した時無限の魔力が備わるでしょう。
But there could be more than one endless
それこそ
witch.
が魔女の達するべき無限の境地。私たちはその魔女を最大の敬いをもってこう呼びます。
無限の魔女。
そうです。無限に治す力を持つ魔女にとって壊れるという概念はもはや存在しない。失うというすべての悲しみから解放され永遠の至福を約束されるのです。
Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to God and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, leaving it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss.
私も
Thanks for the
ベアトリーチ
re-explanation
ェ
of
みたいな
everything.
魔女になって永遠に幸せになれるかな。
姫様がですか？それは長い長い大変な修行となりますよ。
私魔女になりたい。幸せになりたい。ベアトリーチェの弟子になりたい。
そのお気持ちにいささかの揺らぎもありませんか？
はい、私も魔女になりたいです。
わかりました。では姫様がお飽きになるまで私の弟
This
子に
couldn't be
して差し上げましょう。
Maria, right? Like, the voice isn't the
私
same.
の
It
ことを
doesn't sound the
お師
same
匠
to me.
様と呼べますか？
お師匠様。
良い返事ですね。
Hmm.
ではこれからは私と一緒に魔法の深淵を学ん
A
でいきましょ
younger
う。
Maria?
私とって
A few
修行
years
の
before the conference?
共に魔法を正しく学び至福の境地を目指して頑張りましょう。
はい、お師匠様。
I don't know. Everything about this start is throwing me off a little. Slow flashbang. Battler coming in. What the fuck was all that? How does that relate to the story? What's up, Beatrice? Is that how you used to look? Like light blue hair? Yawning?
夢か。懐かしい顔だ。
Endless Witch, was it? That rank I yearned for in the past. That's the highest possible achievement. Was now just another one of my... I even call it my calling card. Well, Persona? Persona reference?
たまにはその
Whoa,
呼び名に
you
重
track?
責を感じるのもおつなものかもしれない。長き修行の日々の果てに得たものではないか。たまにはありがたみを感じねば少々もったいないというものよ。
Is that actually part of the episode at all? Or rather, the game? Mr. Evan, she just fell asleep, waiting for Battler to do something. Going on. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end from the beginning of eternal boredom.
お師匠様は言っていたな。すべての悲しみから解き放たれることが、すなわち永遠の至福だと。だからこそ、故に思う。お師匠様は、その域に至れなかった。
A teacher could never have reached that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. And that's the beginning of eternal torture. It all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want. And try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they reached.
無限の魔女の名を得た今だからこそ、再びお師匠様と語らいたいものよ。
What, she gone? She died?
我らの修行の果てにあったのは、本当に幸せだったのか。そして、本当の幸せとは何なのか。今こそ語り合いたいものよ。
Training has no end when you think you reached the eternal level. That's exactly the time you bemoan your own immaturity. I recall those words as though she answered me directly.
なるほど。わらわは未熟か。それはよい、それはよい。
Oh. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. Someone hit the soundboard? It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? Beelzebub?
こいつまた動かなくなっちゃいました。まだ私全然遊び足りないのに。
Mamon?
情けない男。
What are you doing? What are you talking about?
私なんか全然遊んでないのに。
All like children, dude.
私にも遊ばせて遊ばせて。お黙りなさいクズどもが。お前たちが飢えた犬みたいにがっつくから。いくらベアトリーチェ様が直してもすぐ壊しちゃうのよ。サタン姉が一番壊してるよ。加減を知らないから。申し訳ございませんベアトリーチェ様。グマイどもをどうかお許しください。早くこいつを直して。次は私、次は私。静かにせぬかやかましい。
Making her mad. A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want, breaking him. Who's him? They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a floppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. This spooky music had no form anymore.
このざまでは、わらわとて元の姿を思い出すのも難しい。当の本人に思い出させるのが一番か。やれやれ。
I waved my golden pipe, and I spoke. Chanted. I made it remember.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。何しろわらわには、今のそなたは肉の残骸の山にしか見えぬのでな。どれが腕やら足やら見当もつかぬ。 そなたが思い出してくれなければ、わらわにはそなたの面影も思い出せぬ。
At the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what the original form had been. Which part should go to which part, and where should join with where. That's right. Like that. No, you shouldn't be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it. Good, good. What, Battler?
目が覚めたか後ろ宮バトラー。もっとも目が覚めた方が悪夢の中とは実に皮肉な話だがな。
Rude. Letting the sisters like fucking tear him apart or something?
わらわを魔女と認めさえすれば、すぐにそなたの悪夢を覚まし、天国へ誘ってやろうぞ。
Very believable.
わらわこそは煉獄山の王。
Mount Purgatory? This is a mountain we're on?
わらわの許しなしに、この地獄より抜け出す方法はないのだ。
この程度で地獄かよ。ダメだな。
Like he's unfazed by whatever just happened to him earlier.
ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
人ならば一度しか味わわずに済む死の苦しみを、もう両手の指では数えきれぬほど与えられたというのに、よくもそれだけの減らず口を叩けるものよ。だからこそ飽きぬ。そなたには飽きぬのよ。
ああ、全然飽きねえぜ。何しろ太ももの眩しいバインバインの姉ちゃんたちがよりどりみどりのハーレム状態なんだからよ。
Completely unfazed by whatever he's been going through. How long has it been since the end of episode 2?
おかげさまでまるで退屈しねえぜ。
それはよかった。そうでなくてはわらわも退屈だ。それ家具ども直してやったぞ。また存分に遊ぶがよい。
ありがとうございます。私がいただき。だからあんたは終わりよ終わり。次は私なの。どきなさいよ。
Oh, Leviathan's a real crybaby.
素敵よね、バトラ君。モテモテじゃない。
モテる男は辛いぜ。畜生ども。順番に並びやがったんだ。
虚勢など張らずに素直になればもっと楽になれるのに。
いいのよ、これで。その方が悲鳴が気持ちいいもの。さあ、今度は簡単に壊すんじゃないわよ。いいわね。返事はあんたが仕切るんじゃないわよ。さあ、バトラ君、さっきの続きよ。マスターキーでジェシカちゃんの部屋を施錠した後、どうやって室内の死体のポケットに鍵を戻したというの？
What's this? They ask him questions and they torture him if he says anything other than Beatrice? Lock Jessica Chan's room with the master key. How did they return the key to the corpse's pocket? Which was inside their room. So they're starting with this.
例えばよ、そうさ。ツイートか何かを使って鍵だけを扉の隙間から室内に戻して。
Oh, good thought. Ah, damn.
甘いな。 六軒島に存在するすべての
Oh, they can do the red text
鍵
too?
が通り抜けられる隙間などな。
私
Whoop!
手のずるい
What the hell happened? Like, I think I accidentally pushed a key on my keyboard when I picked it up. Oops. So they can do red text too. So this was red text. Of all the doors that can exist on Rokkenjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. Alright, cool. It was wrong, right? Right? Okay, it's time. It's me. My turn. Where should I strike? Me? Back of the hand. Okay. It looks like we didn't skip much. It's like 3 boxes.
じゃあ反対の手のこう私は花の頭をもらっちゃおっと
The nose.
なんでなんで私にもやらせて私にも貫かせてレビア姉はトロいのよいつだって私たちは早い者勝ちでしょうがじゃあ私は足の甲をいただいちゃおっと私は肩をもらっちゃうからいいもん
姉妹なんだろ仲良くしやがるってんだ
Jeez.
ほ
Yo, what's up?
うよくも耐えるものだな。お前のその痩せ我慢がむしろ私たちを楽しませているだけだとなぜ気づかない
Who said it was false?
あいにくだな痩せ我慢と意地の張り合いは俺のお箱なんだお前らがどう俺を煙に巻こうとも俺は絶対に魔女も魔法も認めねえ
Ill based.
人間とトリックで何も説明できないくせに
Just hasn't been able to think of the right answer
バ
yet.
カじゃないのこの身の程知らずがいいのよ無理に認めさせなくても今に泣きながら認めたくなるわ今だって本当は哀れに土下座しながら許しを請いたいくせにもう壊しちゃったベアトリーチェ様やれやれわらわがいくらでも蘇らせられることを知っているからか困ったもの
Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage.
さあバトラー再び元の姿を思い出すがいい何度でももてあそんでやるぞなるほどなるほど永久に遊べる玩具とは実に愉快よなるほどなこれが無限の境地に至った魔女が得る至福の境地とやらなのかなるほどなるこれは確かに
Keep skipping it a bit too early. The dialogue.
何度でも蘇らせてやる何度でも殺してやるさて次なるゲーム版ではどのような殺人劇を繰り広げようさあ新しきゲーム版を持て次なるゲームを始めようではないか後ろ宮バトラー
Dude. I feel like this, like, cinematic never changes. Maybe it does if I pick that one option for, like, the different, things. Ooh. I remember there was something about, I think it was, like, more original cinematics or something, but, it had, I think they had spoilers in them or something, if you, I guess, looked close enough or whatever. Word. They do not hold back with spoilers. I kind of want to watch those after I'm done with this. I wonder if I should wait until I'm fully done with like the answer arcs as well. Or it's fine enough just to complete the question arcs. And then go back and see what they could have shown. Definitely worth doing? Oh, hell yeah.
姉貴のタバコ嫌いにも参ったもんだな。すまんな。
Alright, that's good.
ゆうべからカリカリ
So it looks like we're on the... immediately on the boat here.
気にせんでやってくれんか。
Just the day of the conference? Already heading to the island? Rudolph and Hideyoshi went onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took a Zippo, they're getting name brand stuff in here, took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame.
Hideyoshi 兄さんはいつ頃からタバコ?
The OP and ending for the anime are also quite good. Oh, are they now?
戦後すぐや。最初はタバコを転がしとってな。自分の売り物に手をつけてしまったわけや。じゃあ姉貴と会った時にはもう吸ってたわけだ。姉貴には随分やめろやめろと言われたでしょう。わしが聞く耳持たんもんだから、あれももうすっかり諦めよった。やはり男は強情でなくてはあかんな。
Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Eva, they escaped to the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her away in that exchange.
普段はそこまで短気じゃないんや。
What, Eva? I do not believe that at all.
いや、普段は
No, I definitely don't believe that at all.
毎年毎年この日になると人が変わりよるんや。そうなんですか？俺らがよく知る昔からの姉貴そのものに見えますがね。そうや。後ろ宮家のエヴァに戻るんや。でもそれはわしと一緒のエヴァとは違うんや。まあ、カリカリする気持ちもわかります。
Despite the anime being quite bad, the ending theme is one of the most memed things in the Umineko fandom. Why is it memed?
親族会議は面倒だ。そうやな。あのクラウス兄さんから金を脅し取ろうっちゅう計画や。
Kenzo? Is he seeing the ending or something? So that's still a constant, trying to threaten Kraus to get money out of him.
親族会議なんて名ばかりの、これはただの兄弟喧嘩や。
Before the family conference, three of the siblings had made a secret pact without Cross. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast, more than anything else. And the only one who could turn to was Cross, who spoke for the Ushiromiya head now that Kento spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they vaguely sensed that Cross was taking advantage of the fact that Kento had lost interest with his own wealth, and they suspected that he started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they couldn't really afford to let that slide. Eva asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Cross.
わしもそしてルドルフ君も社長や社員の生活を背負っとる身やローザも社長ですよま道楽ですねそうや
Just a hobby?
失礼つまりわしらは誰もが背負うものを持っとるっちゅうことや俺も幹部連中の前で単価を切った以上土下座しても泥をすすってでも金を引っ張ってこなきゃならない
Can you speak a little louder, Rudolph?
お互い様やわしもわしを信じてついてきてくれた社員たちを裏切れんそれこそクラウス兄さんの首根っこをひっつかんででも金を引っ張り出さんといかんのや姉貴は昔っから兄貴とは犬猿だその兄貴と全面対決しなくちゃならねえんだからやっぱりエヴァはクラウス兄さんとは昔っから仲が悪かったんか本人話しませんかそりゃもう盛大に昔の話は聞いても話してくれんのや思い出したい話がないんやろな
Want to remember.
姉貴は昔から容量も良くて頭が良かった成績も良かったそれに比べ兄貴は盆栽だったただそばにいるだけでも十分にプレッシャーだったろう兄貴アホやな
Oops. Boasting about it and dragging him into court.
なんでそない敵外心むき出しで追い詰めるんや
Dumb.
そういうのは容量がいいとは言わん確かに兄貴は女に生まれたことを悔やんでただから男というだけの理由で当主を継ぐことが決まっている兄貴がだからことあるごとに自分の方が優秀であると親父に誇示していた
See.
お父さんは古いタイプの人や男女には差別的な価値観を持っとった自己顕示の強いエヴァは少々嫌われてたんとちゃうか
Nope. Flashback.
女の学力は紅茶の砂糖にも似ていると思わないかね。ないのも味気ないが、過ぎれば紅茶の味わいを大いに損なう。
Rek is speaking right now. Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, he was, in effect, saying that there was no need for women to study. Those infuriating words were what Nisan hurled at me in my despair. Least sexist comment in Umineko. When I asked to go to college, only be denied by father. I posted that I needed to build up proper dignity in an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiromiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father and Nisan's answers were exactly the same. Conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiromiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it. I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushiromiya Kinzo, lightly. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and business in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when Father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of the great Ushiramiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiramiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach Father's level, I deepened my knowledge of economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, Father never acknowledged my efforts. To Father, a woman was only meant to support a man and nothing further. Then that was permissible. When was it I came to understand that? May have been as early as my childhood years. But I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that, Kraus. My older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushiramiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed Father simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that, as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't understand it. Or I couldn't stand it, even though I always got better grades than Nissan. Though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president. Even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Uchiha family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents. When she gets married, she obeys her husband. And when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. It sounds cross saying this.
過ぎれば紅茶の味わいを大いに損なう。
それはどういう意味よ、兄さん。
男には男にしか務められないことがあるように、女とて女にしか務められないことがあるんじゃないかね。子を産み育て一家の主を支えるのは女でなければできぬ務めだと思うがね。
女には勉強や仕事をする必要がないと言いたいの？
そこまでは言わんよ。無学な女など話していても疲れるだけだ。だが、あまり頭が良すぎる女はもっと疲れる。お前のように自己主張の激しい女では、未来の夫もさぞや苦労すると思うのだがね。
女は結婚して夫の陰にいろとそう言いたいの？余計なお世話よ。
お前が親父殿を尊敬していて、その娘としてふさわしくありたいと思う気持ちは、我が妹ながら見上げたものだよ。私にも尊敬できることだ。
気持ち悪い。何が私よ。この間まで俺だったくせに。もう当主気取りなの？
当主は私が継ぐことに最初から決まっている。にもかかわらず、お前は自分も当主になれるかのように錯覚して、無駄かつ暴走した努力をしているに過ぎんのだ。
暴走した努力ですって？私が大学院に進みたいと言い出すのがそんなにもおかしいっていうの？
ああ、おかしいね。お前は確かに栄光ある後宮家の長女だよ。やがてはその家紋を背負って、父にとって最も価値ある相手と婚約することになるだろう。だが、そこで求められるのは過剰な学識ではない。夫をいたわる優しい気持ちと家事能力、そして一家の長を立てる控えめな態度だ。お前にはそれが完全に欠落している。それは後宮家の令嬢として果たしてふさわしいことなのかね。
私は真相の令嬢のつもりなんかないわよ。お父様の仕事を手伝ってあげられる最高の人間でありたいと思っただけよ。
ならそれは後宮家令嬢としてふさわしくあるべきではないのかね。 お前と来たらなんだね。いい年をして未だに男勝りで。家事炊事は俺は
Banish.
男を喜ばせる化粧一つ身につけていないじゃないか。最近は喧嘩の稽古までしてると言うじゃないか。
失礼な。
From learning how to
喧
fight.
嘩じゃないわよ。武道は心の修練に最適なのよ。それに叱るべき場に出るときは十分女として気を使ってるわよ。何が言いたいのよ。女は男に仕える奴隷であれと、しゃしゃり出るなと、そう言いたいわけ？
それを認めるのはエレガントではないが、お前の勘違いを正すには少々毒のある言葉も必要かと思うよ。だから言い切ろう。女は男に仕えるために存在する。そして男は女を養うために存在する。女の仕事は男の背中を守り、家庭を守って子を育てることだ。それは本来言葉で気づかされることではない。おのずと気づくことだ。しかしお前はいくつになってもそれを自覚しなかったな。だから社会に出る前に兄である私がその誤解を解くのだよ。感謝してほしいものだね。
それは全ての女への侮辱よ。いえ、私は自分のことを女だと思ったことなどないし、女だからと甘えたことなど一度もない。私のどこが兄さんに劣っているというの？成績も経歴も何もかも私の方が勝っていて、ただ男である以上の何も持たない兄さんが私の何を見下せるっていうのよ。
身の程をわきまえているか否かだよ。
Believable that Sue would see anything in him. Wonder how that happened.
それは将来必ず必要になることだ。だがお前は違う。嫁ぎ、後宮の席を失うことが決まっているくせに、見る必要のない幻を見ている。何がそんなに不満なんだ。仮に男に生まれようとも、当主を継ぐのはお前ではないだろうに。お前は何がそんなにも不満で私に突っかかってくるのか。
何が不満かですって？兄さんはいつも自分は当主跡継ぎだからと私を見下して、そのくせ
What's my complaint, you say? I got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations I'll never forget kept floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. Oh, young Kinzo?
沈黙を尊ぶのは神だけではないぞ。
お父さん。
お父様。
Probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy voice.
クラウス、また兄弟喧嘩か。お前にはなぜに弟や妹たちを率いる貫禄が宿らぬのか。情けない。長男が聞いては切れるぞ。
In a flash, he struck Cross's face. I readied myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit.
申し訳ありません。お父さん。
お前に足りぬのは貫禄だけではない。まだまだ足りぬ。何もかもが未熟だ。にもかかわらず一人前を気取っておる。それを語るには100年早いことを肝に銘じ、研鑽に努めよ。わしをこれ以上息子の不出来で嘆かせるでないぞ。
Well, deserved?
お父さんの後を継ぐにふさわしい人間になれるよう、さらに努力します。
It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled even when he was being yelled at by father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special. About how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it and finally spoke what was on my mind. Even though I realized it would be improper for a member of the Uchiromiya family to do such a thing.
教えてください。 私の何が劣っているというのですか？私はお父様の名に恥じない人間になれるよう今日まであらゆる勉強と努力を重ねてまいりました。どうか私にも何が劣っているのかお教えください。私はこれ以上何を身につけたならお父様に認めていただけるのですか？
またその話か。お前には何と言えばわかるのだ。お前に期待していることなど何もない。
Jeez.
女は女らしく料理や裁縫を学んでおればいい。貴様には女の心構えがないのだ。夫に仕えようとする気心が男に尽くそうという海外しさが全く感じられぬ。何のための女なのか。後宮家の令嬢であることを自覚しておるのか。なのに学びたがることは男の真似事ばかり。お前の役割はクラウスの真似事ではないのだぞ。お前には自らの役割が分かっているのか。
私は後宮家の人間としてお父様の名に恥ずかしくない。
その時点でもう間違っておるわ。
Pretty East Japan love the women. That's I can
貴
see.
様の役割は家を出て嫁ぎ、わしにとって有益な男を連れてくることだ。そして夫に尽くし子を産み増やせ。夫の一族に褒めたたえられる良妻であれ。お前に男を喜ばせる何ができるというのか。茶の作法があるというのか。料理の才能があるというのか。何もない。お前がやっているのはみんなクラウスの真似事ばかりではないか。後宮家はクラウスが継ぐ。お前がそれに不満を唱えるというのなら、それはこの私に逆らうということだ。お前は我が娘でありながら父の言うことを聞けぬというのか。出て行け。感動だ。お前に後ろ宮など語らせん。感
Jeez.
動だ感動だ。
お父さん、
Was already sick at like
落ち着いてください。
this time? This long ago?
源氏さん、水を持ってきてもらえますか。
はい、ただいま。
エヴァ、席を外せ。本心ではないさ。私がなだめておく。
感動だ。私の言うことが危険なら感動だ。
Genji wanted a spot in the flashback too. Father was coughing pretty badly and Nissan patted his back. As if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at the moment, then I would probably be the one to get hit next. However, I fiercely tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me.
エヴァ様、今は席をお外しになられた方が良いでしょう。親方様は今日はご機嫌がよくありません。
でも
なぜに私の息子たちはこうも不出来なのか。クラウスは貫禄が足りず、エヴァはいつまでたってもじゃじゃ馬だ。男らしい男はおらず、女らしい女もいない。私の育て方がいつどこでどう間違ったのか。なぜだ源氏。私は何をいつどこでどう間違えたというのか。
親方様は何もお間違いになってはおりません。クラウス様はたくましいご子息に、エヴァ様は麗しいご令嬢に成長されました。何もお間違いにはなっておりません。
あれのどこが麗しいというのか。淑女どころか男の真似事ばかり。感動だ感動だ。
お父さん、 それは私からよくエヴァに言い聞かせたところです。エヴァもこれからは心を入れ替えてレディーとして振る舞うと約束してくれました。どうかもう少しの猶予をいただけませんか。
何がレディーだ。うわ感動だ感動だ。
Jeez. Go quickly and leave this to me. Or else give me a look telling me that. What a nice family. Not black and white. Are we not in flashback anymore? Flashback with color? Did I take the wrong path, just like Father and Nissan said? True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. The move. But, is that really true? Have I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I have a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior, despite being a woman. But that doesn't mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I got. But doesn't that mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I got against Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out with in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes? Earning good grades and threatening Nissan to satisfy a childhood resentment? Hates Tomboy so much it's literally killing him. Whoa, we actually get a sprite. Do we get to see it here? Damn. We get to see it here? Damn.
私が後ろ宮家の跡継ぎになるんだってあなたは私に誓ったわ。あんたは
The one whispering to me was the me in my years as a young girl, born inside my heart. On the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. Insane, already talking to herself. Or Eva's? No, one was already enough. When things got difficult, I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all. She would always quietly appear and support me. What is this music? Every time I hear a new track. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her.
私、後ろ宮エヴァは絶対に後ろ宮家の当主になるの。そしてあのムカつく高慢チキなクラウスを見返してやるの。そのために一緒に頑張ろうってあの日私たちは約束したわ。そうね、約束したわ。私は後ろ宮家の当主跡継ぎになるってあの日にね。
On that day when I've been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength.
お父様に認められたかった。兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたかった。そうすれば惨めな自分に決別ができると信じていたわ。
For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful. It's painful just remembering those days. Their wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound, turned my anger into effort, and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship than Cross was, trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I had thought that maybe if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to become his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable.
そうすれば私たちの心の傷は癒えるの。その日まで頑張ろうって誓い合ったわ。
That will never happen.
なのに、あなたはその約束を破るの？クズ。育児
Scum.
だし、へそかんで死んじゃえば？
Man, Eva was always like this? Even this young? Even though she looked like me as a kid, it was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine.
自分に言われても腹が立つわね。そこまでボロクソに言われる筋合いはないわ。
I am not... I just don't think, Kinzo will change, ever.
ならばその怒りを勉強に費やしましょうよ。
Or cross.
怒りを力に変えるのが私の魔法。
Everyone in his family is a little messed up.
この力で何度もあなたの窮地を救い、あなたはなせないはずのことを成し遂げてきた。
Magic? Wait, she's a witch?
私の魔法がある限り、あなたにできないことなどありはしないわ。
Why does it always come back to magic?
そうね。
That's such a bitch, she bitches at herself.
怒りはいつも私の原動力だったわ。いつからそれを忘れてしまったのかしら。私を思い出せたなら、あの魔法の力は再び私たちのもの。さあ、その怒りを力に変えて、もっともっと勉強に励みましょう。きっと私たちにはまだまだ勉強が足りないのよ。大学院に進んで、もっといっぱい勉強して、優れた成績を出してクラウスを追い詰めてやりましょう。あいつ何でもなさそうな顔してるけど、きっと心は相当追い詰められてるわ。早く身の程を思い知って死んじゃえばいいのに。そうすれば私たちが当主になれる。ルドルフは辞退してくれるわ。あの子は私には逆らえないもの。よして、もうこれ以上勉強してもお父様は私を認めてくれないのよ。どうして？お父様は私に女らしくしろと言っているのよ。私がどれだけ頑張ろうと、女である限り、たとえ私が兄さんより先に生まれていたとしても、私に当主を譲ることはないのよ。私がどれだけ努力を重ねようとも、私は女以上の何者にもなれない。認められない。何の努力もしない兄さんを超えられない。永遠に見下され続ける。お父様もクラウスも最低の男尊主義者だわ。早く死んじゃえばいいのに。
So Eva's the killer. We solved it. She cursed them for my sake. Words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me, I feel like the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve the current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes for me. Rejected by reality. Let me reread that entire thing again. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes me to be rejected by reality before I finally accept it.
ありがとう。もう結構よ。こうとなったら、お父様が驚くよう
Episode's
な淑女になって
already
いるわ。
destroying me, dude.
兄さんなんかとは比べ物にならない立派な男を探して。ダメ、そんなの。
What? She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand.
お父様は少なくとも今は女に当主を継がせないと言っている。
We'll just wait for him to die and then do it.
でもそれすらも所詮はお父様が決めたルールでしかないの。お父様が決めた以上、それを破棄できるのもお父様。人の気持ちなど浜のマサゴが尽きるよりはるかに早く変わるわ。クラウスが愚鈍な男であることは私たちが立証しなくても、やがてお父様も理解する。その時、男女の境のくだらない垣根はそれを設けたお父様によって取り払われるの。
Sounds like
その日
optimistic
は必ず
thinking.
来るわ。どうして必ずなんて言えるのよ。それが私の魔法だから。
Witch.
あなたが信じてくれさえすれば、この魔法は必ず奇跡を呼ぶの。私の魔法の源は、あなたの信じる心だけ。
Our friendship with myself. If I use this magic, and surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. But I do not know if that's the right thing for Ushirimiya Eva. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady father wants, someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe father will change his opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle just as Nissan has found his. And anyway, I can't just imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head, especially if it means skipping over Cross.
信じないの？あのね、私思ったの。私には当主は告げないかもしれないけれど、私は女で子を産むことができるわ。そして兄さんには未だ縁談もない。もし兄さんに子供ができず、私だけが子供を産めたなら、兄さんの次の当主は私の子供ということになるでしょ？それはつまり、私が兄さんから当主の座を奪うのと同じ意味にならないかしら。本気で言ってるの？ええ、本気よ。少女時代からの決意を捨てるのは確かにとても悲しいこと。私の少女時代そのものであるあなたを裏切るのは、でもそれが一番現実的なのよ。夢を捨てるの？そして私も捨てるの？捨てるんじゃない。私も大人になってあなたと決別する日が来たということよ。そうね。エヴァはもう大人になったわ。魔法の使い方さえ忘れてしまった。今は一児の母。自ら夢を叶える魔法を忘れ去って、その夢を息子に押し付けている。自らの人生をお父様やクラウスによってめちゃくちゃにされたくせに、
Wow, younger
あ
her
なた
gets
も
it.
自らの夢を息子に押し付けてめちゃくちゃにしようとしているの。それが大人というものなの？ジョージはどこに出しても恥ずかしくない自慢の息子よ。私には叶えられなかった夢をジョージなら叶えられるかもしれない。ジェシカなんて成績も貧困も不良
What, did
じ
she
ゃない。
already decide on a name? What's this? The way they were speaking before was like George hasn't been born yet.
それに女なのよ。ジェシカさえ辞退してくれればジョージが後継ぎになることだって。
Now they're talking about Jessica. Didn't they just say... Girls doesn't add a child yet? The timelines are getting all skewed. What's going on? Even saying it was painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? Maybe. Not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. Wasn't I horrible for just hitting her with the same words that had caused me so much suffering? Also yes. I understand. I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that.
だから私自らが復讐するわ。ルドルフとローザを味方に兄さんから金をせしめようという計画があるの。きっと一矢報いることができるわ。何しろ兄さんがお父様の資産をつまみ食いしているのは確かなんだから。
Now after facing her true self, she unlocks her persona. Was she actually properly facing herself here though?
つまんない計画。そんなのさっさとやめて泣き寝入りでもしちゃえば。私たちは後宮家の当主になるの。その夢をごまかさないで。だから絶対に叶えられると私を信じて。
She didn't
私
believe.
の魔法を信じて。信じたら魔法は力を持つのかしら。うん。私の魔法はどんな願いも必ず叶えるの。
Wait a minute. Certainty.
信じるわ。信じるから。その魔法で奇跡を起こして。そうでなくちゃ私の心の傷は永久に癒されない。
ならよく聞いて。私の魔法の言葉。そしてそれを理解して。謎が解けたなら私たちは後ろ宮家の当主になれるの。
Yo?
だから耳を澄ましてよく聞いて。
He just needs to solve the riddle. She gets everything. Easy. Oh. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home. Seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream and search for the key. Not magic words, that's just epitaph.
エヴァ姉さん。
It's like broken again. Maybe this episode we're gonna get a bit more info. Speak to Golden Land. Yeah, no. Still nothing there, huh?
そろそろ着くみたいですよ。
When Kira shook my shoulders, Eva jumped and awoke from her doze. It was all a dream.
ごめんなさいね。寝ぼけてたわ。
Only
驚
half?
かせてしまってごめんなさいね。
エヴァおばさん、ぐっすりでしたね。
You're in the boat? Aren't you feeling
朝
sick
は
right
だいぶ
now?
早かったんすか？
まあね。
Also, this boat is huge, dude.
恥ずかしいところを見せちゃったわ。ごめんなさい。
眠れるくらい余裕があるのは大したもんだぜ。バートラなんかずっと落ちるーったの沈むーったの全く退屈しないやつだぜ。
うるせえな。人間誰しも苦手の一つや二つくらいあるもんだぜ。
Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, "Are you okay?"
しっかりしろよ。
The real Golden Land was the friends we made along the way. Hmm. Yeah, no, still got no ideas about the riddle. Yeah. We're gonna get it soon,
私たちの
hopefully.
顔を見れば眠気もすっ飛ぶさ。せいぜいお互い頑張ろうぜ。
そうね。特に今年はしっかりしないとね。
だな。
Cheat our brother out of all of his money.
ケツの穴を引き締めてかかろうぜ。
What a great phrase. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice only Eva could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well.
母さん、荷物を持つよ。甲板に上がろう。
ありがとう。ジョージは本当に気が利くわね。
どうして急にお礼なんか。母さんらしくもない。
エヴァ、ジョージ、
Georgie!
到着やで。荷物をまとめるんや。
Maria's here
ほ
too.
らマリア、転ぶから走るのやめなさい。
See, Maria was already getting excited. Nothing but Halloween this time? She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What?
どうしたの母さん。具合悪いの？
ジョージ、荷物を持って先に行ってなさい。母さんは貧血だろ。わしが肩を貸すわ。
Emic.
そう、わかったよ。先に行ってるよ。
Something odd in Eva's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening. He made George go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rosa's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Eva and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Eva had a vague expression on her face as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream.
どないしたんや神妙な顔して。
私、ジョージを自分の復讐の道具にしてたんじゃないかしら。私の兄さんに対する子供じみた敵対心のせいで、あの子の人生を自分のおもちゃにしてしまってはいないかしら。ああ、私はなんてこと、なんてことを。
そんなことあらへん。ジョージはどこに出しても恥ずかしゅうないわしらの自慢の息子や。仮にエヴァの思惑が多少混じっとったとしても結果オーライっちゅうもんやないか。エヴァはなんも悪うない。
Haven't done anything wrong yet. As soon as he catches wind of George wanting to marry Shannon, she's gonna go all out denying
ジョ
that.
ージは厳しくしつけてくれたと感謝しとるくらいやで。
本当にねえ、本当ジョージは私のこと嫌な母さんだと思ってないかしら。
Oh, but he could.
ねえねえねえ。
そんなことただの一度も口にしたことあらへんで。エヴァの杞憂や。
秀吉様、
まあ、
皆様下船なさっておりますよ。おや、何か落とし物ですか？お手伝いしましょうか？
Kumasawa had come in to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen.
ああ、すまんな。ちょっとわしのネクタイピンがいかれてもうてな。もう大丈夫や。すぐ行くで。外で待っててや。
そうですか。それでは表でお待ちいたしております。
Away she goes. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too.
そろそろ行こうか。ジョージたちを心配させてまうで。
私、本当にジョージに恨まれてない。
ああ、恨まれてなんかあらへん。むしろ感謝しとるぞ。悪い夢でうなされたんか。また。
Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares. They always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Cross was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic. And that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she had as a child.
それは夢や。わしが一緒にいる。こうして手をギューッと握っとったら、そんな夢もどっか行ってしまうで。な、ほら。
痛いわ。ありがとう。もう平気よ。降りましょう。
ああ、降りようか。
His face looks wrong on Eva, dude.
ごめんなさい。
ん？
さっきあなたのタバコの煙のこと怒鳴ってごめんなさい。
普段ならそんなことで謝らんくせに。悪い夢見た後のお前は気弱でいかん。気にするなや。お前に煙が届いていることを気づかんかったわしが悪いんや。
私のこと嫌いになった？
ならんならん。この程度で嫌いなんて言うとったら3日もたんで。ささ、たったたった。降りるで、降りるで。
秀吉様、
Oda, you were kinda cool last episode. Oda stocks are up, but I still kinda dislike you.
お体が優れませんか?
This time it was Goda. It looked like they kept everyone waiting too long after all. I've had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Just that wasn't something a good wife would do.
大丈夫ですか
Or something a good person wouldn't do.
体調が気になられるようでしたら南條先生をお呼びしましょうか
ありがとう。
Hideyoshi is the purest, most beautiful soul. This awful family doesn't deserve him.
ちょっと貧血気味でね。
Maybe that makes him suspicious.
もう大丈夫よ。
I got my eye on him.
婦人病中やっちゃ気にせんといてや
A woman's disease.
もうそんなの人に言わないでよ。恥ずかしいわ。
おおすまんすまん
Have I elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut? By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax it out. Oh, this is a new shot? Man, that boat looking real fancy. Looks bigger on the inside. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend him a hand.
どうぞエヴァ様お手を
ありがとう。
六軒島へようこそいらっしゃいました
おかえりなさい。
Oh, welcome to Rakanjima, Island of the Witch. Please make it back in one piece. I didn't get to read the rest of that. Please make it back in one piece. Welcome back. She left the boat. It seemed to Eva as though she heard the voice of her young self. No, I hadn't seen that way. Someone had told her, "Welcome back," after becoming a shameless adult. The voice of her young self was distant.
私は何のために生きてるの？何をどうすれば私はこの猛襲から解き放たれるというの？
She heard Eva talking to herself, and Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders. His firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all, but we heard them literally while we were inside the boat. First little scene break. Kind of a quicker start to get onto the island and everything else so far. Episode 4 is gonna be so quick, we're already gonna be at like the scene of the first murder.
6年前のことか
Also, it's been about a couple hours. Just already. Time go by fast, dude. Take this time for a short break and then be back. Oh wait, no, we're on episode 3, so we save on page 3. It has begun. Alright. Take a quick 5-minute break or so. See if maybe it stopped raining and dried out enough to let the dogs out. They've been cooped up inside all this time. Oh, pardon me, BRB. See you in a couple minutes. Alright, that took a bit longer than expected. It did dry out enough for dogs finally be able to get let outside. So I did all that. I sure they had water and food again, and while I was doing that, my cat somehow ended up in the garage. I have no idea how. Like, the garage we have is like a separate little, like, building. Not part of our main house. It's its own little, like, area. But the door was, like, locked. Like, the garage door was down and locked. I had no idea how she got in there to begin with. It confused the hell out of me because I was hearing the meows. And, it couldn't find out where it was coming from until I finally started looking around the garage. It had dug through the walls like a funny little mole. There's like no way to enter the thing aside from the door. And I don't think anyone was in there. So I don't know how she did that. Whatever way she got in, she would have probably used to get out, right? I don't know. Maybe I'll see if anyone has been in there recently and see if that was the cause. Not, maybe I'll do another search around it, seeing if there's any other way that could have been gotten in. Maybe plug it up or something. In any case, I don't think she's been in there any longer than, like, probably the night. I remember seeing her yesterdays. Not like she was trapped in there for a while. She just don't know what's happened. In any case, I rescued her. I got her out. I don't know where the key to the garage is. I couldn't, like, open a door, but it is possible to lift up the door slightly. Like, the lock is just a bit loose enough for you to open up a crack, and pets can become liquid, so she was able to squeeze on out. And it seemed like it was that much of an issue for her. Any case, now that all that fun is over, taking a break way longer than I intended. Go ahead and continue where we left off. I kind of want to... I was thinking about Expedition 33 again while doing all that. And I kind of want to play more after a bit more of this. But maybe just save it for tomorrow. Tomorrow I was planning on playing it anyway. Oh, so there's some things that I want to do later on, I suppose. More coding garbage, so I'll probably do that after a few hours of this. Like, while reading, multitask you? No, I can't do that. Alright. One more sip of coffee and then we'll go. You know, I thought about when I was doing the recolor for my outfit. Like, I based it on Beatrice's, like, dress colors. Maybe I should have done it on, based on Ushiramiya. Why am I saying his last name first? Maybe I should have been doing it based on Battler's clothes. Like the white, red, and... Is that like a... More purple than black, yeah? Like a very dark purple. I don't think my hair would look good if it was colored red. But just do the clothes, just like I did with this. Any case, enough yapping. They got off the boat. Battler's on the beach again. He's gonna get the charm again. Get that like class level magic charm that Maria has. I like how there's so many like possible characters now. Freaking Beatrice needs her own like page thing. Oops. You mean 6 years ago?
何しろ6年って言ったら小学校丸々一つ分じゃねえか。覚えてろってのが酷な話だぜ。
そうだね。特に若かった僕たちにとっては大きな成長の6年間だったはずだからね。案外自己紹介がなかったら思い出せなかったんじゃないかい？
そうかな。私はバトラだってすぐに分かったぜ。
Actually, I was thinking about it a bit earlier while during that break. The first episode, I guess was focused more on Battler. That one's obvious. The second episode, I think, was probably based more on Rosa and Maria. But probably they had that whole intro thing, and then like a lot of it was focused around Rosa. Still can't believe she got the gun. I still want to know how that even came to be. Also, what was in that will and her letter? This episode, I guess, is going to be focused more around George and Eva. I wonder if that means the next one will be focused more on Jessica and her parents. I mean, we kind of had that last episode with the whole school thing with her and Kenon, and also how they ended up being the... which Twilight was it? Third? Oh well, anyway.
口を聞いてさらに確信できたぜ。
Anyone else have red hair like Battler?
マリア、初めて会った。
Battler's parents still had barely any focus. Battler himself, plenty though. Well, he's the main character. Of course he's gonna have a lot of focus. A lot more than anyone else.
6年前わかんない。
Good.
そうですよね。マリア様はまだ3つでしたものね。
それを言われたら俺もだぜ。3歳の頃しか知らないマリアがこんなに大きく成長してるんだから、そりゃわからねえわけだぜ。
After lunch, we all had gone out to the beach. We walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, one way to put it, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me, since I had been away for 6 years.
しかし本当に背が伸びたね。僕も低いつもりはないけど、とにかくその身長には驚いたよ。
That were so tall.
そうですね。6年前のバトラ様をよく覚えておりますが、それでも驚くくらいでした。だなぁ。6年前のバトラからは想像がつかないくらいだったぜ。
みんな案外6年も前のことなんか覚えてるもんだな。俺なんかかなり記憶があやふやだってのによ。
I was thinking about the crosses that some of the characters have on them. Battler, Jessica kind of. Maria has a cross on her crown. I don't know if that means anything. Also, the like... the purple, I guess, trimming you might call it, on Jessica's outfit is weird, isn't it? Does it, like, disappear once it goes behind the, what do you call that? Not exactly a collar, is it? So, like, parts that flare out from the top of her thing. Weird shirt. Cracks you up. how Battler is always said to be tall and then he's only 180 centimeters. What is that in American?
だろうな。私たちのことを思い出すのに少し時間をかけてたみたいだもんな。あれはちょっと傷つくぜ。
いや、
5'9", he is tall. Taller than me anyway.
覚えてろって方が無理があるぜ。
6年前のことですと、あまり覚えてはおられないのですか？私は、つい昨日のことのように鮮明に覚えておりますが。
シャノンは記憶力がいいからね。
Shannon has such good memory.
6年前にバトラ君がどんなことをしていた
Still
とか
single?
言っていたとか、よく覚えてるんじゃないかい？
そういやそうだよな。シャノンって妙なところで記憶力がいいんだよな。
マリア、覚えるの下手くそ。
What? But you remember all sorts of weird magical stuff.
楽しいことはスイスイ覚えるけど、つまんないのは全然
Oh, okay, I guess because the magic circles are fun. We all laughed saying that everyone was like that.
シャノン、ちなみに6年前のバトラはどんなだったんだ？何かエピソードを覚えてないのかよ。
そうですね。確か、お帰りの際はこうおっしゃっていました。
Why'd the music cut out?
また来るぜ。See you again.
You again.
きっと白馬にまたがって迎えに来るぜ。
ギャ
Watch out, George. Battler's gonna steal Shannon away.
ーずかぜ
言いそう確かにそんな感じだった。6年前のバトラはそんな感じのバカっぽいセリフばかり言ってたぜ。
I thought it was cool. Sounded nice.
確かに当時のバトラ君がいかにも言いそうだな。
He's worried.
恥ずかしい？恥ずかしい？
Ah, it's cool.
最高に恥ずかしいぜ。マリアもきっと中学くらいになったらそういう恥ずかしいことが口
How
に
to even
した
get
く
the
なるん
horse
だよ
it
ね。
at the same way you would get anything else to the island. You could put a horse on a boat.
そういう時は口に出す前にチラシの裏に書いて3度読み直してから口にすべきかどうか考えるんだぞ。
You can hold on, do I even have what I'm thinking of? you can put the horse on a boat, bring it to the island, and then you can recreate this. Man. That's the horse longs to be back on mainland. A seahorse. What did I think of that? What were they saying? I was thinking about horses while they were talking. Uh-oh. Or that when you're in middle school, you want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud.
じゃねえときっと後悔するからな。
That image of what Battler and Shannon sitting on a horse would go hard.
いや、誰しもがそういう痛々しい時代をくぐり抜けていくのだ。そうさ。そして身の程を知り、恥を覚えて大人になるんだ。そうさ。これは大人への過渡期なら。
Bad I can't have like no artistic skill. After all this was stuff. After all, this was all stuff I let slip out without thinking. I didn't remember those words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand its weakness, and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it.
シャーノン、 何か恥ずかしいことは覚えてないのかよ。
まあ他にもいろいろと覚えておりますけれど、そのご本人もお忘れになりたいことみたいなので、これ以上は遠慮させていただきたいと思います。
I'll consider it.
ぶっちゃけると俺はもう何も覚えてないんだ。頼むから思い出させないでくれ。
おお、シャノンがバトラーをいじめてる？ダメ、いじめはいけないの。
How rude.
別にいじめてるわけじゃないんだよ。この話はこれくらいにしようか。でもシャノン、後でバトラ君のいないところでこっそり教えてね。
That an order?
なんだか面白そうだから。
はい、かしこまりました。
そりゃねえぜ、シャノンちゃんよ。
For a while, Jordaniki laughed at me, as though warming up for when Chen would tell him more about my embarrassing misspeaks. Misspeak? George looked like he was flirting with Shannon. Whoa, you think? But he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Why is he doing this? Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and Jordaniki and Chenon-chan joined in. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively.
Yo, Jessica. George の兄貴ってさ、シャノンちゃんと付き合ってたりする？
おお、何なんでわかったんだよ。
It's not like it was obvious or anything.
バトラお前、見かけより人を見てんな。
俺、冗談で言ったつもりだったんだけど、本当に付き合ってんのかよ。
声が大きいって。一応内緒の付き合いってことらしいぜ。特にエヴァおばさんの耳には入れない方がいいよ。
なるほど。使用人との恋か。
Eva would destroy him. And her.
いや、でも、いつの間に？はぁ、6年ってすげえな。
Flee her.
でも、確かに兄貴なら人間もできてるし、シャノンちゃんも優しくて海外しそうだし。
Oh, George is so amazing.
お似合いかもな。
Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice for just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with Jordaniki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. I can't take it.
兄貴たち、付き合ってどのくらいになるんだ？
Forever.
どの段階から付き合ってると呼ぶのかにもよるだろうけど、確実に1年以上は続いてると思うぜ。
Yeah, they went to an aquarium. On a cloudy day.
双方片思い時代を含めると数年になるんじゃねえのかな。
Before I realized it, two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach, talking about something. They looked calm. And rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked more like a serious one, as though they were already engaged. Whoa.
6年か。でっけえ月日だな。俺にとってのこの6年は何だったんだ？図体がでかくなっただけだな。親父との親子喧嘩で意地を張り合ううちに6年も経っちまったってだけのくだらない。
バートラの方こそどうなんだよ。彼女とかできたのかよ。
さーて、どうだろうな。一緒に遊ぶ女の子は何人かいるぜ。だけど、オンリーワンって関係はまだねえな。
You.
俺がお子様なんだろうよ。誰かと二人っきりでいるより、みんな大勢でワイワイやってる方が楽しいように思えるんだ。
ああ、
そりゃなんともバトラーらしいぜ。でも女友達との関係はちゃんとしっかりしておけよ。女の思い込みとコミュニティは怖えぜ。勝手にバトラーをめぐって暗闘が繰り広げられて、勝手に誰かが泣いたり傷ついたりしているかもしれないぜ。
おかしいな。同じ忠告をつい先週クラスの女から受けた気がするぜ。
Early as last week.
どうしてみんなで楽しく過ごせねえんだ。そうまでしてつがいになりたいのかね。
バトラーがまだそういう相手に会ったことがねえからだろうぜ。まあおいおいそういう女に出会うこともあるだろうよ。気長に待つこったな。
なんだよ、まるでお前にはもうそういう相手がいるみたいな言い方じゃねえかよ。お前はどうなんだよ、彼氏とかできたのかよ。
え？私かよ。いや、
なんつうわかりやすい反応だよ。見たところ気になる男はいるけどまだ告白もできてねって。
Well, Battler's so smart.
そういうわけでは、先生、私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。
話を振ってきたのはそっちのくせに、なんで俺が逆ギレされなきゃならねえんだ。女って生き物は質問ばかりで、そのくせ自分が質問に答えることは決してないんだよな。ずるい生き物だぜ。まったく。
Cruel creatures.
もう告白はさ、一度はしたんだよ。まあ盛大に空振りでさ。
ごめんなさいってか。
いや、まあ私がすごく一方的だったんで面食らわれたというのかな。そういう対象だとも思われてなかったという雰囲気。
そりゃあそうだろうよ。
So did that event with Canon still happen? Actually, I'm wondering. In all the episodes, well, no, because I was thinking for a bit. Maybe all the events before the actual day of the conference are things that are constant, things that always happened. But there was nothing about the Halloween candy at all in the first episode. And I don't think there's anything about it this episode either. But I guess that would also depend on... Does the Halloween candy stuff that Maria got... Does like the day, like before they're even at the island, still count? Like the months before the conference, are those constants? But like, at least in this episode right now so far, it sounds like what happened between her and Canon did happen again this time. Still happen. Wow, rude. Immediately right back into a little bit of sexism. We love it.
やっぱり私みたいな言葉遣いじゃ受け悪いかな。
Ah, it's fine.
まあ言葉遣いが全てじゃないだろうが、お前みたいな普段の言葉遣いが悪いやつが
Hades Japan wasn't much better, it turns out.
急にまともな言葉
Got a little bit better. Maybe.
そういう気概みたいなもんでドキッときちまう男もいるかもな。
そうなんだ。
Oh, nice bit of encouragement, I guess. Nice save. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. You see, even though her confession didn't go well, it looked like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George, Aniki, and Shannon-chan have gotten, I also kind of wanted to find a girlfriend. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer, but even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. What are these?
ジョージの兄貴は使用人のシャノンちゃんと付き合ってるわけだが、まさかジェシカまでってことはないよね。
Runs in the family?
どうしてそう思うんだよ。
そういや、バラ庭園で挨拶したカノン君って若い子。
Damn, Battler pretty keen.
ジェシカ、やたらとかばってたよな。
いや、そんなことは。勘繰りすぎだって。
She's so terrible at lying.
じゃあさ、これだけは教えろよ。今、この瞬間、ジェシカが狙ってる男は、半径1キロ以内にいるか？
いや、それはどうだろう。
Jessica, can you say it in red? Kanon-kun was the only boy in this island right now who could possibly become her boyfriend, so judging by her reaction, I was spot on. Spot on? Right on. Why am I replacing words now? Not just mixing them up, I'm just completely changing them. I didn't think of the Ushiromiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to George, Aniki, and Shannon-chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Shannon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. Oh, you'd probably do a bit more than that. And the relationship between Jessica and Kanon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. And Atsui was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushiromiya family in the future. Well, I mean, Kanon already has the crest. That's a bit better off than most would be, right? That person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Poor Battler, the only servant left for him is Kumasawa. Not true. There's also Koda and MG.
一緒にいて楽しい相手とつがいになりゃいいじゃねえか。つがいってのは互いが互いを認め合う以外に何の許可もいりやしない。親がどうこう、家がどうこうなんて気にしたら負けだぜ。それを忘れるなよ。半端な気持ちで付き合うんじゃねえぜ。
恋もしたことねえくせに達観したようなことを言いやがって。
That's because Battler is smart. Genji is purely Kenzo-sexual. You know what? True. I guess Goda is like food sexual. He only cares about what people think of his cooking.
俺が言いたいことはそんだけさ。んじゃな。See you again. Have a nice day.
ジョージ兄さん、シャーノン、聞いて。パートだったらこいつ、また面白いセリフを言い出したぜ。
Can't bully him after he was being nice to you.
何も言ってないって。茶化すな。
マリア聞いてた。See you again.
For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. We grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all of my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushirimiya family.
いとこ同士ってのもたまにはいいもんだな。
マリアもいとこで集まるの楽しくて好き。
そうだな。俺たちももういい年なんだ。別に親がいなくても会えるだろう。たまにはいとこだけで集まって遊ぶのも悪くないかもしれないな。
それはいい提案だね。いつかそういう機会を設けてもいいかもしれないね。
どうか
Sounds
なね。
nice.
私たちいとこはいつまでもずっと仲良しがいいよ。
おいおい、そこを強調するとまるで普段の親戚同士の仲が悪いように聞こえちまうぜ。
Gordeniki and Jessica laughed, but it felt a little strained. Didn't know. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself.
そうだな。ジェシカの言う通りだぜ。俺たちはいつまでも仲良しでいようぜ。
マリアも一緒。みんな仲良し。
そうだね。うん。僕たちはいつだってみんな一緒だよ。みんな仲良しだよ。
私たち何恥ずかしいこと言い合ってんだろうな。なんだか照れちまうぜ。
でもとても大切なことだと思いますよ。人は願わねばいつまでも一緒にいることどころか仲良くいることさえ難しい生き物なのですから。
そうだね。みんなが仲良くいられることを決して当たり前なことだと思ってはいけないね。
知り合いの魔女が言ってた。
Which?
幸せはみんなが信じなくちゃ叶わないんだって。
確かにね。信じる力には魔法が宿るかもしれない。それを全員が
That's
信じた
literally
ら
how this magic system
きっと
works.
幸せを運んできてくれるだろうね。
よし。なら恥ずかしいことのついでだ。私たちはみんなで信じ合うと誓おうぜ。みんないつまでも仲良しで、いつまでも幸せでいようって。
Like how we'll end up like our parents. As if we ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune.
お、俺たちはみんないつまでも仲良しで幸せだ。それをみんなで信じようぜ。
No matter how much we cousins try to... Oh, maybe a second. Maybe I shouldn't be leaning back so much. Already getting a little... They're not gonna end up dead, surely. Valor's gonna fix it. Somehow. No matter how much we cousins try to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continue to approach Rakanjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship. And we all believed that together we could find happiness. That's why. I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening. In peace and happiness. And calmly... No, I just didn't want them to end. Please, let them end. Beatrice? What are you doing here? He's having a good time, and then you had to ruin it. Weren't we not in the middle of it just now?
さあさあ始めようではないか。惨劇の物語を。訪れよ。雨よ、風よ、台風よ。この島をうつしおより切り離す。異界へ魔界へ幻想界へ。六軒島を放り込め。
Oh, and just like that. Instant typhoon. What magic. And so the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or a third time? It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy. Why did I try adding it? I tried combining the two words. It was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? Battler will solve this. He'll get through it. I believe in him. And the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and become a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going in circles searching for that single rose that should have been marked. So, it's like we're back to the episode 1 events. She's looking for the rose, which did not happen last time. Maria definitely remembered it. The rose that had been in the flower bed right there. And yet, it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something that should have been there. And moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at a different angle. But even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. The wind grew increasingly strong and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, she couldn't find a rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria were suddenly blocked. Was it? Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out the umbrella was Nanjo. Yes. Yeah, of course. The witch she admired, Beatrice.
何を必死になっているのやら体を冷やせば風邪をひくこともあろう魔女たるもの自らの健康も気遣いたいものよね
マリアのねバラが見つからないのおお何度探してもねここにあったはずなのに見つからないの
Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it.
それが見つからぬと
It's gone.
そなたも魔女
Forever.
の見習いならば魔法にてバラを探してみるとよ目だけで探そうとするうちはそれには遥かに及ばぬであろうな
見つけられないマリアも頑張って魔法で探そうとしてるけど見つけられない
魔法の修行にはちょうど良いかとも思うがこの風雨はそなたには少しきつかろうわらわが特別に力を貸してやる弟子の身を安全にも師匠の役割だからね
ありがとうベアトリーチェ
Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. Though she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. She had it the entire time! Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. It isn't here.
残念だな、マリア。この風雨に、そなたのバラは耐えられなかったらしい。
それじゃマリアのバラは
風雨に散り、
でにこの世のものではない。
That really what happened to it? What Beatrice said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in this strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan.
無限の魔法の秘術。そなたごとき見習いにはまだまだ早いわ。身の程をすれ。
Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Not strong enough yet. Not powerful enough. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiful expression.
よかろう。バラを蘇らせる秘術。わらわが力を貸してやろうぞ。本当？ではそなたの心の力を集中させるがいい。目を閉じ、雨を忘れ、風を忘れ、航行するバラの魂を心の目で探すのだ。
Maria closed her eyes, then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words. Yo, music box, BGM, part 2. Now with nice humming.
そなたがどんな姿をしていたの？
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。バラよ、そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Oh.
聞くの。そして信じる。肉の檻に閉じ込め
A new butterfly.
魂の力を解放する。そう。よいぞ。
Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of magical power Maria held?
さまよいしバラの魂。今一度集う。そしてその姿を思い出すがいい。さあさあ集えよ。思い出せ。
The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies and began to gather at the tip of that finger. She's charging a death ball, dude. It was actually Frieza. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rolled on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from the fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power she held and concentrated in her heart would be cut off, and the magic would be lost. Not allowed to witness it because it's not evil. Therefore, Beatrice was the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle. Was the only witch the sole master of many miracles? I think I read that entire sentence wrong. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this single golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. And when Beatrice poked it with her finger, just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered, as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose.
立派な花を思い出したようだな。だがこのままでは他のバラたちに混じってしまい、もう一つ
Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around, and it landed on a flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming a golden lace and marking the rose. Not a candy wrapper anymore?
バラはどこ？ない。
そっちではないぞ、こっちだ。ほら、金モールで印をつけておいてやったぞ。
はあ、本当だ。すごい。ベアト、ありがとう。マリアも早く魔女になりたい。ベアトみたいな大魔女になりたい。
なれるとも。かつてのわらわもまた。そなたのように無邪気にそれを望み、至ったのだ。
It was ecstatic over that revived Rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I tried, not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I pleased. The barrier to storm has now sealed Okanjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Time to be a messenger. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger.
さて、金蔵。そなたの遊びに再び付き合いに来たぞ。わらわの準備はすでに万端よ。そなたの方はどうなのか。今宵のゲームにかけるコインの用意は十分であろうな。
And speeding along this first day pretty fast.
無論準備は
Whoa, you heard that?
であるぞベアトリーチ。駒はふんだんに用意したぞ。備えも心構えも十分だ。さあ、アンティを支払おうではないか。そなたに授けられ、最後にはそなたに全て返すべきものだ。さあ、受け取れ。
Shinzo flung open the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. Doing this again... That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant disappeared. Shinzo watched it go, grinning proudly and fearlessly.
負ける気はせぬぞ。お前は私のものなのだ。永遠に。
The ring that Kenzo had thrown Oh, what is it with me today? I can't read at all today. Then he domed Beatrice right in the head with the ring, killing her instantly. Popped her like a balloon. The ring that Kenzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. Then it found the figure of the Golden Witch and fluttered down. When it came right down in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would expect it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair. Almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it, broadly. Alright. Fucking who? Who do we have now? Why they're adding more characters? Are you gonna be in this list? Are you gonna show up a little bit? She did. The shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to puzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushiromiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. No?
ずいぶん久しぶりになるな。わらわのことを覚えておったとは。そなたはつくづく忠義に熱い男よ。
長いご無沙汰を頂戴しておりました。
Oh, he's doing the hand thing that Canon does.
このロノフへ、お嬢様にお仕えしていることを忘れた日など、ただの一日もございませんよ。
Renove? 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 Rono? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
それよりも、お嬢様にこそ、私をお忘れになられたのではないかと、いやいや何しろ。お嬢様は大層忘れっぽくていらっしゃいますので。
Oh, isn't that rude?
なるほど。確かにわらわは忘れやすいようだ。そなたの皮肉を聞くまで思い出せぬとはな。
お嬢様、これを。
With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully and held out to Beatrice the hedge ring that he just cut.
後宮金蔵より返還されました。後宮家当主の指輪でございます。指輪は再び主のもとに。
金蔵によるゲームの開始宣言、確かに受け取ったぞ。
さて、今宵はどのようなお遊びになさいましょうか。早速ルーレットをご用意いたしましょうか。それともまずは紅茶をご用意いたしましょうか。
But it's gonna go on this episode.
どちらにしようか迷うが、とりあえずそなたの挨拶が必要であろうな。あやつめ、開いた口が塞がらぬというような顔をしているに違いないぞ。なあ、バトラ。
Talking to Purgatory Battler?
はじめまして。
Freaking swapping between realms now? All the rules are being broken, dude.
自己紹介をいたします。ベアトリーチェお嬢様のおそばにてお仕えしておりますロノウェと申します。
Nove? Or Nove is probably how I pronounce that now.
どうぞよろしくお願い申し上げますよ。
ほらな、開いた口が塞がらないという顔であろう。
当たり前だろ。またこんなわけのわかんないやつが出てきやがった。ヤギ頭が盆踊りを始めるのかとぼやいたら、ヤギ頭がうようよ現れて、太もも姉ちゃんたちが7人も出てきて、その上今度は執事まで出てきやがった。わけわかんねえよ。もういい加減にしやがれよ。
ところでバトラー、気づいていたか？こやつとそなたの対面だが、これが本当の悪魔の証明であることを気づいたかな？
What do you mean by that?
悪魔の証明だと？どういう意味だよ。
こやつはこう見えても72柱に名を連ねる生粋の悪魔
One of the
で、
72?
つまりわらわは悪魔を直接連れてきて、まさにその存在を証明してみせた
Yeah,
わ
but
けだ。
I don't believe in you, and thus don't believe in him. Easy.
ロノウェは地獄に爵位を持つ序列27位の大悪魔よ。
These are 27th.
なかなかに使える男でな。高級で召し上げてわらわの世話をさせておるのだ。
ご紹介いただけまして光栄です。地獄の貴族に名を連ねど、今は卑しい人間の分際で悪魔も裸足で逃げ出すような大魔女である
Counter to Genji, head of the Ushiramiya servants.
使える身ですよ。
Hold on. Now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice-sama, who despite being a vulgar human is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. She's human?
実に使える男なのだが、何しろ口のヘラのやつでな。時に主への敬いを忘れるのがたまに傷よ。
言葉遣いに関しましては、契約書から漏れておりましたもので。
Maybe he doesn't like her after all.
そのように契約を変更いたしますか？
わらわも退屈せぬからそれでいい。
Likes it. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Renov? Novi? How did I pronounce it before? I already forgot. Renov. I'm just gonna keep saying Renov. Renov turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally this would mean that he was asking for a handshake.
何の真似だよ。
私もお嬢様のわがままに振り回されている身です。その意味では、私たちは良き友人になれるかと思いますよ。
I don't know, does he truly mean it?
これは友情の握手です。
Like crush Battler's hand.
もちろん
Instantly tries to
悪魔の契約の締結を意味するものではありませんので、ご安心を。
悪いが、俺はあんたの主と大喧嘩の真っ最中でね。俺が敵と握手をするのは雨の校庭でぶちのめし合って互いがボロボロになって交わす青春ドラマみたいなシチュエーションの時だけさ。覚えておきな。
なるほど。バトラ様と握手を交わすには十分な雰囲気作りとふさわしい場、そして心に響く甘い言葉と肉体言語の交わし合いが必要ということです。
Gonna actually have a fight somewhere this episode? That would be kind of sick.
その場を準備いたしましょう。私めもそういうシチュエーションは大好きでございます。
He loves it. As Renov laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. Great foreshadowing for when Renov and Battler fight on the roof of the Ushiramiya family shirtless in the rain. That feels like a reference to something. It's like you're referencing something that I don't know of.
なるほど。ベアとの執事にぴったりのやつだ。
お褒めの言葉を賜れまして、私は紅茶には自信がございますので、ティータイムを楽しみ
Several
に
games
して
have
いら
done
し
it,
てくだ
but
さい。
Yakuza had done it more than once.
クッキーを
More than
楽しみで
once.
ございますので、お茶菓子にもこうご期待をお願いいたします。
さすがは同性同士だな。打ち解け合うのが実に早い。焼けるぞ。
これはお嬢様に嫉妬させてしまい申し訳ございませんでした。お嬢様のお客人をこっそりつまみ食いなどいたしませんよ。それではこれより他の家具どもに再び家具頭に着任いたしましたことを挨拶してまいります。
Coordinates? You mean all of the goats? Oh, there he is. One of the 72 great demons works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. Various? Like what? He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler. Add furniture. I like how that's in parentheses. Cool, thanks. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. The high society, which is employing him, has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Curious.
しばしの暇をお許しください。
権限しているのは雑用のヤギどもと儀式役の七姉妹だけだ。挨拶も楽に終わろう。
おや、あの賑やかな七姉妹たちですか。やんちゃ娘たちも少しはおしとやかに成長したでしょうか。
Doesn't seem like it from how they were treating Battler earlier.
あれがおしとやかだってんなら、俺はおしとやかの定義を疑うぜ。
そうでございますか。七姉妹どもとはもうお遊びになられたようですね。
That's one way of putting it.
その表情から察するに、どうやら相変わらずのやんちゃぶりのようだ。ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えするにふさわしい振る舞いをするようにといつも言っているのに、困った子たちだ。
その意味でなら安心しろよ。実に主にぴったりなふさわしい振る舞いだぜ。
そなたも言うようになったな。しかし会話は相手を認めるということだ。わらわとの雑談に応じるようになったということは、そなたがわらわの
存在を徐
々に認め始
め。
たとえお天道様が西から登ることがあろうとも、絶対の絶対絶対お前泣いて俺の靴にキスした。もうちょい前向きに検討してやってもいいぜ。
Even if Battler was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend a new game. That preparations were complete. After a Nova exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. He exploded. Oh, here's this song again.
賑やかになるのは実に嬉しいことだ。この島にたった一人閉じ込められ、己の力を取り戻せず、誰に話しかけることもできなかった日々のなんと退屈だったことか。
あの気持ち悪いやつがお前に似合いの執事だってことはよくわかった。だが教えろ、その執事がなぜ今頃になって現れた。
Confuse you?
権限しているのはヤギと七食いの姉ちゃんたちとかなんとか言ったな。どういう意味だ。
そなたは抗っておるが、わらわはれっきとした魔女だ。魔界に通じ、人ならざるあまたの存在と交流を持っておる。
だろうな。お前の関係にはろくな連中がいねえぜ。ヤギの化け物に太もも姉ちゃんに、そして今度は悪魔の執事と来たわけだ。まさかとは思うが、この調子でまだおかしな連中が増えるってんじゃねえだろうな。
And then they introduce like 5 more new characters.
わらわの荘厳なる黄金館に仕える家具どもと、そこへ遊びに来る悪魔たちがどれほどいると思っているのか。まだまだ訪れるぞ。いくらでも現れるぞ。
Or
黄金鏡の扉を開き、すべての家具たちを呼び戻す。わらわはこの六軒島に新たなる城を建てるのだ。
we're counting young Eva as a new character. It's still Eva. So no?
そして懐かしき友
I wouldn't
人
count
た
it.
ちすべてを招き、三日三晩を飲み明かし、踊り明かしてやるつもりよ。
3 days and 3.
無論金蔵の一族たちも招くつもりでいるぞ。望めばそなたもな。
つまりこういうことか。お前は長いこと力を失っていたため、そいつらを呼び出せなかったと。それで、徐々に魔力が回復してきたため、そう言いたいわけか。
そういうことだ。そなたは最後の一戦でこそギリギリ踏みとどまっているが、その心はすでにぐらつき、わらわが魔女であることを否定できずにいる。その心のぐらつきが、わらわの魔女としての力を少しずつ蘇らせているのだ。
あの気色悪い筋が現れたのは、俺が屈しかけているからだというのかよ。
そうだ。そなたは少しずつ少しずつ、前回のゲームではあれほどの屈辱を受けてまでわらわに屈服したではないか。そなたの背中はわらわの足を投げ出すには本当に良いものだったぞ。
畜生。俺はお前を認めさえしなければ現状は維持できると思っていた。だがそれはどうやら誤解だったらしいな。
そうだ。そなたが屈服に近づけば近づくほどゲームはわらわに有利に傾いていく。
Felt like I already swung pretty far in your favor last time.
チェスだってそうであろう。互いのキングを詰め合う過程でわらわたちは様々な駒を取り合っている。確かにわらわは未だそなたのキングを追い詰めてはおらぬ。しかしそなたはキングを逃すのに精一杯でいくつもの大駒を失い、莫大なアドバンテージを失っておるわ。後の展開がわらわに有利に傾くのは当然のことよ。
くそ。
そなたはおそらくこれからも死に物狂いでわらわのチェックメイトだけからは逃れるだろう。だがその間にもわらわはそなたの大駒を次々に奪っている。やがてはキング以外の全てを失い、どのような形でも逃れることのかなわぬ本当のチェックメイトを受けることになろう。前回そなたは気縁を吐いたな。わらわを永遠に認めぬ以上、これはわらわを苛む永遠の拷問だなどと。永遠を語るのは無限の域に達した魔女だけよ。そなたにその資格など初めからないわ。
The solution is for a battler to become a witch. Surely. Purgatory talk over. We now have a fancy new demon butler here.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は碑文を読むことができるものすべてに公
Oh, they're in the middle of like after dinner when Maria's reading the letter.
黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどう
Yep,
か
seems like it.
金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her. Everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And they all broke the silence at once.
バカバカしい、取るに足らない悪質ないたずらです。
まったくだ。親父殿が当主の指輪を手放すなど、ベアトリチェその名を語れば右往左往するだろうという見えすいたいたずらだ。
おいおい、このちょいとパンチの効きすぎたデザートを仕込んだのは誰なんだ。今なら喝采で褒めてやるから正直に白状しろよ。ローザか。
とんでもない。お父様の名を語るいたずらなんてしません。
じゃあ姉貴か兄貴か。
私？バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。兄さんでしょ。こういう悪趣味
We're
な仕
back
掛
at
けは。
pretty much the well, aside from freaking Renov showing up, things seem to be going in the direction of episode 1.
愚弄する気か。私こそお前たちに問いたい。このたちの悪いいたずらは誰の仕業なんだ。
Ross beat the table and stared at everyone. That included the children too. Scared most of them.
お父様から財産の全権を任せられたと称する謎の人物からの手紙。そして今日がそれを話し合うための親族会議であることを考えると、いたずらだと決めつけるのも早計だと思うわ。
わからんで。まさにお父さんの悪趣味ないたずらかもしれん。自分抜きで遺産分配の話をまとめようとしているわしらをちょいと驚かせたくて仕組んだことかもしれん。
こいつを仕組んだのが親父だってんだ。今マリアちゃんが読み上げた内容は冗談ってわけにはならねえぞ。
そうね、文面通りに解釈するならこれはお父様からのテストね。魔女の碑文は私たち誰にでも解けるようにずっと広間に掲示されていた。告示期間は十分。最初に解けた人間に家督と全ての財産を渡すと、そう言って。
ほら、私たちの魔法叶ったわ。
Going back to this.
そんなバカな話はありません。後宮家の次期当主が夫であることは何ら揺るがない事実です。
それを揺るがすのがこの手紙じゃない。この手紙はお父様に財産の全てを全権委任された人物からのメッセージなのよ。もはや兄さんの当主継承権は白紙に戻ったわ。魔女の碑文を解いた者が、ベアトリーチェの黄金を見つけた者が後宮家の次の当主になるのよ。
バカバカしい。
Is it starting to
その手紙
split
のざれ
here?
言を信用するのかね。その風浪が本物だとでも信用などできるものか。
ならお父様に直接話を聞いてみましょうよ。もう機嫌が悪いからとか体調が悪いとかそんな次元じゃないわよ。この手紙はお父様の代理人であることを風浪でちゃんと示してる。
Okay, no, yeah, it feels like Eva's more going along with this and wanting to solve the riddle for the gold than how she acted in episode 1, I think. I think in episode 1, everyone was against the idea that this letter could have been real at all.
それを疑うなら兄さんが証明
It was
しなさい。
same up to this point, I think.
この手紙がお父様の意志のものではないって。
よかろう。お前の言う通りだ。もう親父の機嫌不機嫌の問題ではない。上へ行き直接問いただそうじゃないか。
そうしようぜ。親父に直接聞こう。親父も親父だぜ。どうしてこんな回りくどい真似を。あ、そこが親父らしいんだがな。
お父様の手紙だということを前提に話を続けてもいいのかしら。
バカローザ
So late.
お父様の手紙に決まってんでしょ。あの手紙はお父様のなのよ。次期当主を私たち4人の中から選ぶための公平なチャンスに決まってるじゃない。バカ死ねこのや。
ほんとローザって頭悪いわ。へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。ごめんなさい。そうよね。ごめんなさい。
Definitely more of a Eva focused episode I think we're gonna get here. That whole thing with her younger self, I guess, is what's gonna drive her to really want like this letter and riddle stuff to be true. Oh, she put herself back here. What's up with that? But when it comes down to the first set of murders, I wonder who all is gonna gone. It's definitely Eva, I think, is gonna be one of the ones like alive until the very end. It'd be very weird for her to not be, I think. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed.
まったく、そんなくだらないいたずらを大の大人がこれほどまで真に受けるとは。
Brown said it's so prank.
お父様でなくても呆れたい気持ち、よくわかります。
ま夏日さん、それはお父さんに聞けば済む話やないか。お父さんがその手紙は知らんって一言言ってくれれば済む話やで。
兄さん、責任を持ってその手紙は知らないという一言を引き出すのよ。機嫌が悪そうだからってビビってる場合じゃないんだからね。
いい年してお父様が怖いなんてバッカみたい。へそかんで死んじゃえば。
Wants everyone to die.
はっきり白黒をつけようじゃないか。今頃は書斎で食事中だろう。
Eva's gonna get her hands on the gun and actually just start blasting everyone. Just become their murderer straight outright, dude.
一度箸を休めてもらおうじゃないか。
決まりだな。行こう。キリエはちょっと待っててくれ。真偽を確かめてすぐ戻る。
ありがとう。ゴーダさんがデザートを持ってくるのをのんびり待ってるわ。
Four siblings, Natsui, Hideyoshi. The four siblings, Natsui and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out in the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless. Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable. Oh yeah, Nanjo's here. And Kirei, who just shrugged, were left. Sometimes I forget Nanjo is just there in scenes. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she just read.
一体何事だってんだよ。わけわかんねえぜ。
どいつもこいつもクソったれだ。そんな兄さんが欲しいかよ。
みんな、これは親たちの問題なんだ。僕たちには関係ない。だから気にしちゃダメだ。
そうは言ってもよ。ああもうあからさまに。
見損なったぜ。欲の皮が突っ張ってやがる。
みんなで幸せになるって信じ合わないとダメ。
そうだね。僕たちはみんなで約束したもんね。ほら、バトラ君もジェシカちゃんも。
最悪の気分だぜ。
We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We've been vaguely aware of just how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help but being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. Nanjo here to save the day?
それができりゃやってるぜ。
辛いのはわかるわ。でも今は忘れてあげて。あなたたちの将来を少しでも豊かにするため、みんなの両親は必死で戦ってるのよ。そしてやがて傷つき帰ってくるお父さんたちを どうかそんな冷たい目で迎えないであげて。
Injured?
いくらキリエさんの頼みでもそれは難しいぜ。
そう割り切れるなら子供なんてやってねえぜ。
わーい、みんな幸せ。暗くなるのダメ。信じて。みんなで幸せになれるって信じないと幸せが逃げちゃう。みんなで信じないとダメなの。
いい話ね。私も信じるわ。私たちは幸せになれるわよ。
Believe.
キリエおばさん、ありがとう。パトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんも信じて。ベアトリーチェも信じないと魔法が力を持たないっていつも言ってる。
Kiri-san rose from her seat quickly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met.
キリエおばさんが信じてくれた。あとバトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんが信じないとダメ。
二人とも強いもの。すぐに元気になってそうしてくれるわよ。それより教えてほしいの。
Who is Beatrice? When Kiri-san said that, Jessica, George, Aniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. Looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds, but we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler.
マリアちゃんにその手紙を渡したのって誰？
ベアトリーチェ。
肖像画に描かれている魔女の？
The same one.
タサと一緒にこの手紙もくれたの。そしてね、マリアのバラが折れちゃってたのを魔法で直してくれたの。ベアトリーチェは何でもできるすごい魔女なの。
詳しく聞かせてくれるかしら。
Oh, we don't get to hear more about it? What a strange place to, scene break there. It's still only been like 3 hours. Almost gave you too much info. Have to avoid that. Crew can't have too much info in this. Give away all the secrets. The hell did you send me? Beatrice getting struck in the head with the ring? Not sure I understand the last panel here. It is funny to see Kenzo yeet the freaking ring out and strike her in the head with it. Oh boy, did I get... how much longer until the next scene break? Alright, he's drinking more coffee. Gone all cold, dude. Also slightly hungry. Maybe I should have gotten a snack. I think there were some cookies. Oh well. Later. Next part is pretty short. Maybe we'll go into at least there. I like how that's all the same sprites, just different hair. Like, there's literally nothing else different about them. Yeah, save. Save time on drawing all the mini sprites. Alright. Classic Rikishi copy. I wonder how the original sprites for them looked, if they even had any. They should. They seem important. Oh boy. It's just sound of rain making me sleepy. Oh, yeah, we'll probably continue to the next scene break and might end it there a little bit early. And maybe I will keep up with just playing it like through the full week. No, maybe. Maybe. Oh, I'd definitely be able to get through the episode before Deltarune if I do that. Didn't think about. Anyway. Even without being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. Really? I heard that in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. He was probably pretty satisfied with how the strange letter had given his children a good shock since they all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. Also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. It all felt sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. Talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Repeated over and over again that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small and there's no one living on it outside the Ushiromiya family household. Red kept repeating that she gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and question her until she broke out into tears. When it was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of the strange letter, Uncle Cross's chances becoming next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. In exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Cross out of a lot of money. Or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move on over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults and their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George Aniki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand him. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Back at the guest house. Also, I see you posted the old spreads. They look as great as I would expected. But right, I'm now noticing. Hold on, where it's up here. Actually, it should be. Ink. Maybe I didn't save the image. And where is it? Man, we talk a lot in this voice chat. There it is. It's not quite, actually. I was gonna say the outfits that the that the sisters are wearing is almost like the outfit Beatrice was wearing here. The top is kinda similar, yeah. And it has the thing with the tie being underneath the vest. It has like the pretty tall boots, but in a different color. It's similar, but not exactly the same. Not as similar as I thought it was gonna be, rather. What are we doing? Back to this. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping.
Maria-chan は一体誰にあの手紙をもらったんだろうね。
Beatrice, obviously. Aren't you listening to her, George?
ジョージ兄さん、それはもう聞いちゃダメだぜ。マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うなら、それでいいじゃねえかよ。
これ以上、マリアを泣かせたくないしな。
Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling.
この島には今、18人しかいないんだよ。そこに、この雨の中、未知の19人目が、マリアちゃんに手紙を託して、今もどこかに隠れているというのは、正直、現実的ではないね。
おそらく、あの肖像画のドレスを、シャノンあたりにでも着てもらって、うまくマリアと口裏を合わせたってことじゃねえのかな。もっともマリアの場合、あのドレスを見たらそれだけでベアトリーチェだと信じちまいそうだけどな。
誰が渡したかなんて、どうでもいい問題かもしれないな。大事なのは差出人だろ。要は、じい様が黄金の魔女の名を語って、一波乱を起こしたかったってことなんだぜ。まったく、人騒がせなじじいだぜ。
The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do.
たく、マリアの純真な心をもてあそびやがって。手紙を渡したのが誰でもいいさ。マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うんだから、そういうことにしてやろうぜ。
同感だよ。そうしよう。子供にとってのサンタクロースみたいな存在が、マリアちゃんにとってはベアトリーチェなんだろうね。
いない19人目も、サンタクロースも、俺たちが認めてやれば、それは少なくとも、マリアの中ではいるということになるわけだ。
Wait a minute.
なるほど。子供の夢を守るための嘘って大事だな。お、どうしたんだよ、ジェシカ。まだ腹を立ててるのかよ。
Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something she could... Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses.
ああ、ごめん。
Deep in thought.
マリアがあったのは、本当にベアトリーチェだったってことがあるんじゃないかな。
そりゃどういう意味だよ。この島に19人目の人間がいるって言いたいのか？
マリアちゃんの言うことを心から信じたなら、そういう答えに行き着くだろうね。
いや、そういうのじゃなくて。
You gonna bring up how Maria said that they marked the rose?
昔からこの島には私たちの知らない誰かが住んでるんじゃないかって話はあったんだよな。
住んでるってどこに？
森の中にさ。
Someone living on the island. So I didn't really catch what she said at the end there. I was looking at something on my other monitor real quick. Oh, alright, yeah, in the forest. Evil witch of the forest. In a gingerbread house. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Charles strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of his siblings knew that, Cross had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Cross, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship, and furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even other siblings could afford to lower the guards. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. No one does. They could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. This dramatic, slow text. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was... Someone planning something to do with that letter was on the island today. That sound weird to you too? Someone planning something to do with that letter. I feel like there should be a comma in there somewhere. Like someone planning something with this letter, or has something to do with that letter, was on the island today. So like parse that, like one word at a time. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired and of bickering with each other, they finally reached an extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. Yo, it's just like me. Me when I play Expedition 33.
無駄な時間を費やしたものだよ。
そうね。兄さんが気づいてくれるだけでこれ以上を浪費しなくて済むわ。手紙の差出人がお父様と確定したわけではありませんよ。会話の成り立たないあなたに主人が呆れ果てただけです。会話が成り立たないのはどっちよ。私が何か言うたびにあなたは怒鳴ってばかり。そんな無様で後ろ宮家にふさわしいと本気でお思いなのかしら。
予算かエヴァ。夏井さんも一度終わった話やで。
一度ここで頭を冷やさない？冷たいものでも持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
そうね。頭を冷やした方が賢明そう。
Probably.
あなたもそろそろ一服したくなってきたんじゃない？
姉貴の機嫌が悪そうだからな。一服の方は遠慮するぜ。だが冷たい方は賛成だ。ローザ、誰かに水を持ってこさせてくれ。水差しごとね。
A whole pitcher.
わかったわ。
Rosa headed over to the extension telephone on a corner and called the servant room, but the phone lines were down. Oh, not yet then. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up to now vanished as though it had been a lie. They like that, like, phrase a lot. Or something as though it has been a lie. Oops, I noticed it a lot. And I accidentally skipped over this. The silence continued to go to finish setting the table and retreated from the room.
ありません。もう下がりなさい。
はい、それでは失礼いたします。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びください。
After listening to the sound of Goto's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension.
本当にすごい雨ね。19人目の魔女は今頃バラ庭園の東屋で雨宿りでもしているのかしら。
どうかしらね。雨はしのげるかもしれないけど、少し肩を冷やしそうね。
謎の19人目の来訪者か。ちょいと推理小説っぽくて面白い話やな。普通この手の話は18人の中の誰かが語ってるだけで、実際には存在せんと相場が決まっとるんや。
He knows.
私は源氏たちが怪しいと睨んでいます。やはりどんな難癖をつけてでも片翼のわしの使用人たちは全て解雇した方が良かったんです。
まあそういうな。長く勤めてくれた恩もある。もちろん気は許せんね。
兄さんもお父様の仕業かどうかはともかく、あの手紙をマリアちゃんに渡したのは使用人の誰かだろうという点では同意するのね。
It hates her servants.
何しろ私たちは夕食までずっと仲良く団らんをしていたじゃないか。兄弟全員にアリバイがある。マリアに手紙を渡せたのは使用人の誰かだけだ。
でも使用人の人たちもみんなベッドメイクとかで忙しくて、バラ庭園のマリアのところへ行く余裕なんかなかったって言ってたし。
おいおい、じゃあ何だってんだよ。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェ様がお越しになって本当にマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したって言い出すのか。
ローザ、昔は信じててすごい怖がってたものね。あんたまさかいい年してまだ信じてるの？森の魔女。
If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. No matter how much I wished she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis.
まさか。でも18人全員が自分は違うと言っている以上、本当に19人目がいるのかもって思っただけなの。
そんなんあらへんで。第一、船で来たのはわしらだけや。謎の乗船者なんぞわしらは姿も見とらん。
What if another boat came later?
まさかこの荒海を泳いで渡ってきたっちゅうんか。ちょいと考えられへんな。
理屈ではそうね。この隔絶された島に招かれていない客が一人隠れているというのは常識的に考え、でもどうもその可能性を捨てきれない人たちがいるみたいね。
Ryoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th. Kiri had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, They also seem unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Back to this again. Is there a 19th person or not?
誤解しないでいただきたいが、別に私たちはおとぎ話じみた魔女伝説などこれっぱかり。
またお父様を侮辱する話ですか？それを口にすること自体がお父様への裏切りです。まあねえ、でもあのお父様ですもの。あるいは本当にねえ。
私は何も知らないわ。
なんやなんや、何を見学になっとるんや。どういうことや。つまり魔女伝説は笑い話でも何でもなく事実だっちゅうんか。
Sure.
そんなアホな。
もちろんほうきにまたがって空を飛ぶ魔女なんて誰も信じちゃいないさ。
Oops.
だがあの肖像画の女ベアトリーチェは本当にこの島に存在したかもしれない。
Really have existed? What makes you say that?
秀吉さん、魔女とかの話じゃなくてもっとシンプルな話みたいよ。
Who looks like the witch?
つまりこういうことね。ベアトリーチェという名の愛人をお父さんがこの島のどこかに隠れ住まわせていたのではないかと、そういうことかしら。
Oh.
お父様は自己を厳しく律する模範的な方です。そのような汚らわしい存在を島に連れ込むなど到底考えられません。
Natsui snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Cross, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kenzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. He would have loved to do it. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kenzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an enchanting mistress.
親父を尊敬してる夏日さんには悪いが、だいぶ昔からそういう噂はあったんだよ。
Apparently, Kenzo had a pet wolf he called Beatrice, and she lived in the forest. Why a wolf specifically, though?
親父は自分一人でこの六軒島の設備すべてを作り上げた。屋敷の中には親父しかわからない仕掛けや隠し部屋なんかがあるんじゃないかって初めから疑われてたし、俺たちの知らない秘密の屋敷がこの島のどこかに隠されてるんじゃないかともずっと
A secret mansion.
そうね、地図上は小さな島かもしれないけれど、後宮家だけが住むには広大すぎる島だわ。そして未開の森のどこかに愛人を住まわせるための隠し屋敷を作ったかもしれないと、そう思われてたのね。
Does she have her own
随分
servants
ス
in
ケ
there?
ールの大きな話ね。
最初はそれはこの屋敷の中じゃないかと言われてた。秘密の地下とかがあったりして、そこに豪華な隠し部屋があり、あの肖像画の魔女が隠れ住んでるんじゃないかとかな。親父の書斎の凝ったオートロックの仕掛けとかを見てると、それも納得。
何しろ莫大な黄金をどこか秘密の場所に秘密の仕掛けで隠したと吹聴する親父殿だ。
By some mechanism.
この屋敷とてまだ我々の知らぬ隠し部屋があったとしても驚くには足りんね。
And it zooms out. There's actually 5 Ushirimiya mansions on an island, and all having an 8 murder mystery at the same time. That's too many. Who's the killer for all of them?
お母様は存命中。よくお父様の不在をついて屋敷内をしらみつぶしに探し回ってたわね。ルドルフが言ったことをお母様も疑ってたのよ。どこかに秘密の扉や階段があって、その中に金髪の愛人が隠れていると信じていたわ。
Hard to believe, but there were some actual examples in other countries people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Really? Actual examples of things like that? Furthermore, Kenzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room.
六軒島の魔女伝説って私の聞いてた話では子供たちが未開の森に入り込まないようにって言って作った怖がらせるためのおとぎ話だったんだけど、なんだかそれだけじゃないって気がしてきたわ。
まあな、何しろ後ろ宮の屋敷以外に何もない寂しい島だからな。俺やローザがガキの頃はそりゃ雷雨の夜に森から聞こえてくる木々のざわめきに怯えたもんさ。その木々の間から不気味な何かが様子を伺ってるんじゃないかなんガキだったら誰でも考える自然なものさ。だが俺やローザがそう訴えるのを聞いてガキの妄想だろでは済まさない連中もいたってことなんだろうな。そうだろ姉貴。
私や兄さんはこの島に隠れ住んでいる愛人が人目を忍んで出歩いていたのを偶然あんたたちが目撃したのではないかと考えていたわ。もちろんお母様もね。
古い使用人たちの中にも深夜の屋敷内に肖像画の魔女が徘徊しているというような怪談が語られていた。私はそれを表向き怪談として笑い捨てていたが、内心は秘密の愛人の存在を十分に疑っていたよ。
となるとこの島に19人目の何者かがいるかもしれないってのは全くバカバカしい話でもないっちゅうことなんか。いやむしろどこかにいるかもしれないわけか。
よくルドルフさんの言う悪魔の証明というやつになったわね。19人目がいることは証明可能だけれど19人目が存在しないことは証明不能。私たちはベアトリーチェという名の人物が島のどこかに潜んでいることを前提に議論を進めるべきなの？
危機管理の基本としては正しいな。いるわけがないと思うよりはいるかもしれないと用心する方がはるかにマシだろうよ。
そうやな。すまん、ちょいと不用心が過ぎたわ。ローザさん、さっきは笑ってすまんかったな。
別に気にしてないです。
Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking a worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Goes up back to being all timid and stuff, which is good. She's better this way. Don't let her have a gun again. Silence fell again, preparing for the existence of a 19th person. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction.
親父殿はかつて不意に所在を知らせずに姿を消すことがあった。何しろ静寂を好むお人だからな。わざと所在を知らせずどこかの書庫に閉じこもっているなどということは別に不思議なことではなかったよ。しかし魔女伝説が愛人説にすり替わり、やがてそれはこっそり愛人のもとへ通っているのではないかとささやかれるようになった。
末期のおふくろは疑心暗鬼の塊だったからな。突然大騒ぎして使用人たちに緊急事態だから今すぐ親父を探せなんて騒ぎ始めることがあったっけ。
あったわね。
That poor woman.
晩年のお母様はそんなことばかりだったから未だにその怖い雰囲気が拭えないわ。今だから言えるかわいそうな人だったわ。
それでその大々的な家探しの結果どうだったんや。
Gave up. Couldn't find
何か
anything.
見つかったか。
いいえ、隠し部屋はおろか、一度たりともお父様が発見されたことはないわ。そしていつも、それからだいぶ時間が経ってからひょっこりと、どこかの書庫で昼寝していたとか、風に誘われて浜辺を散歩していたとかなんとか言ってね。でも、それらの場所はいずれも使用人たちが必ず探している場所。お父様がどこに行っていたのかはいつもわからなかった。当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから。一部の使用人たちは蝶にでも化けてバラ庭園を待っていたのだろうなんて嘘吹いていたっけ。つまりお父さんは誰も知らないどこかへ姿を消すことが頻繁にあったのね。
ああ、どんなに屋敷中を探しても見つからないんだから、親父は屋敷の外へ行っているのだろうという見解になった。だが屋敷の外ったってそれほど大した場所はない。となると残るのは広大な森だ。それで森の魔女伝説と融合してできた仮説はこうだった。親父は実は森のどこかに隠し屋敷を作って。
Give me a sec. Alright, let me reposition myself. If I don't sit up, I might actually fall asleep. I don't know why the freaking fatigue is hitting me so hard right now. Went to sleep at the usual time. Woke up at the... So why? Gosh, I didn't really eat much of a dinner. Maybe that's... Maybe that's why. Just low on the natural energies. Yeah, I'm pulling through. Hold on, I'm chug the rest of my coffee. Let's go. Alright, so let me just recap. So they're talking about how... Like, I'd almost been just glossing over the info that we've been going on. But they're wondering if he actually did have a mistress, where he was hiding her, where he was possibly going during the times where they couldn't find him. The servants, when they went looking for him, couldn't find him, and when he got back, he would say he was there. He were there in some place that the servants already looked. Which got me thinking a little bit. If there is some, like, secret passageway or hidden room or something, maybe that could help us solve the locked rooms that happened in episode 2. Or even the, I guess, the 1 or 2 that were in the first episode. Okay, and I completely glossed over this whole section here, holy. Yeah, it's already looked. We never knew where Father's gone. Even at the time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclination, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have been turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Father frequently disappeared. No one knew where he went. Yeah, since we couldn't find him, no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. Alright. There we go. Recapped, made... And crack open my back. Wait, hold on. Holy... I don't know if you could tell, like, on my avatar. I guess not really on my avatar, because I'm wearing the glasses, but maybe you could have had an easier time, seeing on, my little slime boy over here. Since his eyes are also, like, synced up to mine. Oh, man. Alright, I'm fully back in. And if you tie that in with a Legend of Witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere. That would be interesting if we actually do end up seeing a mansion. And a second one. I mean, they came up with, like, that chapel out of nowhere in episode 2. Oh no, maybe episode 3, this second mansion that was here the entire time. Oh.
そこにベアトリーチェという名の愛人を住まわせていて、時折
私も当時は若くてね、親父殿の浮気の現場を抑えてやろうと意気込み、表へ出る親父の後をつけようとしたこともある。もちろん失敗したよ。
You exploded into
親
butterflies.
父は表へ出るとき異様に人目を嫌い、誰かに見られてないか警戒していた。
Oh.
それこそ異常なくらいにね。だから逆に確信したよ。家人に知られてはならぬ理由で出かけているに違いないとね。
そら愛人のところへ出かけるんや。一目も忍ぶやろな。
After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though that was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen.
まあとにかく西洋かぶれのお父様が自分の夢をまるでスケッチブックに描くみたいに実現したのがこの島なのよ。すべてがお父様の思い通りの島。愛人を住まわせる隠し屋敷があっても何の不思議もない。
Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there for a long, long time? Everyone thought that they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kirei, who's been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular.
そのお父様の愛人の噂はいつ頃から？
Since he built the mansion.
引っ越してきた当初からだから、何しろ隠し屋敷の工事なんて俺たちが島に来ちまったら無理だろう。人とか機材の出入りがあるもんな。すぐにバレちまうさ。だから可能だとしたら俺たちが引っ越してくる以前、多分俺たちがまだ小田原に住んでいた頃にこの屋敷の工事と一緒に済ましていたんだろうよ。
お父様は家族生活と愛人との生活の2つを両立させようと最初から想定していたと考えるのが妥当なんでしょうね。多分愛人との関係は小田原時代にまで遡るでしょうし。
だろう。親父殿が言うように後宮家復興の軍資金となった莫大な黄金が彼女によってもたらされたとするなら、小田原時代にはもう信仰があったと見るべきだろう。莫大な黄金を貸し付けられるだけの信頼関係だ。どれほどの古い縁か想像もつかんね。
おそらくお父様が事業で成功する上で何か貴重な助言をしてくれたのでしょう。それに恩を感じ、その人物が黄金を与えてくれたというような言い方をしたと考えるのが自然です。そうと考えればその後も信仰があったのは当然でしょう。それはおそらく愛人というただれた関係ではなく、後宮家の危機を救った恩人としてに違いありません。
夏樹さんの言うのも一理あるかもわからんな。だが仮にそうでも隠し屋敷を作って住まわせるってのはちょいと行き過ぎた話やろな。
Assuming the mansion does I feel like it will in this episode. I almost feel like they will find another mansion and then I'll go insane.
まあ全ては憶測だ。第一、その隠し屋敷は誰も見つけたことがねえ。
It was actually underground.
兄貴はこの島をリゾート開発する気なんだろ。その際にひょっこり見つかるかもしれねえぜ。案外そこに黄金もあったりするかもな。
お前は六軒島を宝島か何かだとでも思っているのかね。
It could be.
とぼけないでよ。兄さんがリゾート開発と称して島の全域調査を計上しようとしてたのを知ってるのよ。例の
のトラブルのごたごたでできなくなっちゃったそうだけどね。
なんだか知らんが誤解だな。島の調査はリゾート化の第一段階として極めて当然のことだ。
Ross tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Ross was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Cross was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Sure of it? And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Cross, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too.
森に魔女が住んでるっちゅうのはそのまんまおとぎ話やが、森の中に誰も知らない屋敷があって金髪の姉ちゃんがひっそり隠れ住んどるっちゅうのも十分おとぎ話やな。
そうね。シチュエーションだけだったらまるで童話か何かみたいね。ローザ、そういうの好きでしょ。
Why are you picking on Rosa again?
まあね。
この島に屋敷を建てた頃は親父殿の時の
Why? What was that for, Eva?
金に物を言わせてどんな妄想も実現しただろう。
She just did that for fun.
森の中にひっそり佇む魔女の屋敷。親父の好きそうなシチュエーションだ。
だな。オカルトチックというか、メルヘンチックというか、親父の趣味って気がするぜ。
Episode 2 went on and on about how they pick on Rosa all the time. It's true. It did go on and on, but that was more like talking about when they were kids and all that, right? I guess they still do it. Eva, anyway. The others aren't really saying much of anything to her. Eva's still, like, poking fun at her every now and then. I'm noticing. That's just Eva. That's just how she is. Why is she like this? I know how she's like this. Why is she like this? On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. Another mansion for fun.
お父さんがそういう夢を思い描いて隠し屋敷を建てることは不可能じゃないかもしれない。でも現実的な話、その隠し屋敷に愛する女性を不自由なく何十年にもわたって住まわせることなんて可能なのかしら。
さあ、愛さえあれば可能なんじゃない？
愛する女性が健やかに過ごせるような設備を？それもお父さんなりのね。それはたとえ規模が小さかったとしても趣向を凝らした快適な邸宅に違いない。そしてそれを維持するには電気、ガス、水道、あるいは身の回りの世話に人間も必要かもしれない。食事の世話だって大変でしょうね。衣服や化粧品、日用品。女の身の回りは簡単じゃないわ。
Would she need makeup though?
それだけのものを家人にも使用人にも悟らせずに維持
Makeup
す
a
ることって
requirement?
可能なのかしら。
そこまで言われると確かに弱いな。だがそれでも親父ならやってのけるかもしれんという気持ちは残る。何しろあの親父だからな。
He is crafty. He can do anything.
あのお父様だものね。お父様はやり遂げることは何があってもやり遂げます。 常人には難しいから無理だろうという理由はお父様に関してだけは当てはまらないでしょう。
親父殿に関してだけは見くびらん方がいい。
Estimate him.
親父の狂気は常人の思考では理解にも。
Yeah, see, madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can well in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Curie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 days would be 30 days? 30 years would be incalculably massive task.
お父さんの黄金伝説は六軒島を取得する前からや。となると、その愛人との縁は30年以上ということになるな。ってことは今いくつなんや。
Ancient.
下手をしたらわしらと同じかそれ以上の年齢とちゃうか。体にもボロが出る年頃のはずや。どんな屋敷か知らんが、人目に触れんようなほとんど軟禁に近い生活はそう快適とは言えんやろな。
そうね。お父様が語るベアトリーチェについての話が正しいなら、その縁は30年以上。当時は魅惑的な若い女性だったかもしれないけど、今は私たちと同格のタフな食えない女と考えるのが妥当でしょうね。手紙の内容からもそれは容易に想像できるわ。
お前が言うか。
He also laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back.
よせよ兄貴。そして俺たちの想像が本当なら、親父の遺産問題に彼女は胸を張って参加したいはずなんだ。何しろおふくろと違い相思相愛だった可能性が高いからな。本人には愛人の自覚と同時に正妻としての誇りもあるかもしれない。
それはお母様への侮辱にあたりますよ。
ああ、すまん。だが親父とおふくろが親戚の長老たちによる政略結婚だったことは誰もが知ってる。だからこそ親父に愛人がいてもおかしくないと確信できるわけだな。
Family sank after the Great Kinzo. Kinzo? The Great Kinzo earthquake. He fucking slammed his foot on the ground so hard. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and father was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the goat was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. Kinzo could do that, probably. Probably could. He's known to get very angry. Powers too. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. How long ago did their mother die, anyway?
財産権どころか家督争いにも食い込む気満々ってことになるで。
なるほどな。この手紙の趣旨が少しだけ見えてきたよ。碑文の謎を解く者に家督を。そういう意味か。
仮にその愛人が後ろ宮家に序列を得ていたとしても、その序列はお父様の血を直接引かない以上子供に劣る。つまり序列はローザより一つ下ね。
That low?
とても家督争いに加われるようなレベルじゃないわ。
そういうことか。魔女の碑文を解けば序列に関係なく家督が告げる。つまり全く可能性のないベアトリーチェにとって最も有利な条件ってわけだ。
No, this look. Well, no, I think we saw this angle like in episode 1. The revival of the Ushiromiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice has bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up on the children of the wife Kinzo never loved.
ずうずうしいにも程があります。仮に愛人が実在したとしても、当主継承権を争うなど、身の程をわきまえぬ暴挙です。なんという身の程知らず。
Tui turned red, her fist quivering. She had also come into the Ushiromiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあ、その暴挙のおかげで私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわけなんだけどねえ。それにお父様はこの暴挙を黙認されている。後ろ宮家を継ぐのは愛人ベアトリーチェか、愛はなくとも血を受け継ぐ私たちか。それを争わせて確かめたいというのでしょうね。
As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でも、その条件を向こうが出してきたということは、向こうは十分な勝算があるということじゃないのかしら。
それもそうや。第一、ベアトリーチェはあの手紙の文面通りなら、お父さんの顧問錬金術師。
Full golden
つ
alchemist.
まり、黄金の管理者や。その隠し場所を知っていても、何の不思議もないやないか。こら、ひどい話やで。答えを知っている謎々を出してきたも同じや。
Because she
これで
is.
シャーシャーと現れて、これが答えや。家督はいただきやで、なんて言われたら、わしらすべてかっぱらわれちまうわ。
そうね。謎々の出題者は常に正解を知っているものよ。これは私たちから全てを奪うために作られた罠の可能性が高いわ。
そこまで考えると、そもそも彼女が本当に黄金を持っているかどうかは怪しいと思わんかね。なぜ我々にその存在を教える。黙って着服すればよいもの。
確かにおかしな話だ。
Wants to give everyone a chance, obviously. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try to solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't all the gold be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they solved the epitaph and then planned to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility.
いいえ、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えれば、黄金を実際に持っている可能性は低くないかもしれない。
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ。
待て姉貴。キリエ、続きを話してくれ。どうしてそう思うんだ。
だって
Then the
私たちは
chessboard.
魔女の碑文なんていう謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、本気で後ろ宮家の家督を明け渡す気？謎々の答えに感服して降参を？
そらまあ、それもそうやな。家督をはいどうぞと渡すかっちゅうたら、そら甘い話やな。
当然です。後ろ宮家の家督をそんな程度のことで譲ることがあるわけがない。
そういうことよ。いくらベアトリーチェが一方的にこんなゲームを提案しても、そして見事その答えを示してみせたとしても、つまり 私
In
たちが
other
こ
words,
のゲームに対等な条件で挑まなくてはならないという強制力がない限り、このゲームは成立しないのよ。
そうだな。負けた時、家督を譲ることに強制力を持たせなきゃ、このゲームは成立しない。
because of a compelling force. Compelling
その強
force.
制力というのはどういう意味だね。
A gun.
我々を鎖で縛って家督を譲るよう脅迫でもしようというのかね。
なるほどね。わかったわ。私たちが喜んで家督を放棄したくなるようにすればいいわけね。なるほど。ならば確かにベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っていなければならない。
そうか。わしにもつまり取引っちゅうわけやな。
Oh, that's an interesting way to spin it.
どういう意味ですか？取引？何を？
後ろ宮家の家督と隠し黄金をよ。
We've seen this chandelier, this exact one, like 5 times already this
ベア
episode,
ト
I
リーチェ
think.
はきっと10トンの黄金の所在を明かし、それで後ろ宮家の家督を買収するつもりなのよ。
バカバカしい。栄光ある後ろ宮家の家督をお金でやり取りしようというのですか？冒涜です。後ろ宮家への冒涜です。
怒らずに聞いて。その栄光ある後ろ宮家には今、どの程度の財産があるの？私たちはそんなにも裕福なの？
裕福の定義とは財産で決まるのではありません。心の持ちようで決まります。私たちの財産状況が一体何の。
Ross interrupted Natsui as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound.
私はともかくお前たちの状況は芳しくないと聞いているよ。
あらそう。兄さんの財政状況だって。
Oh, they not cornered him
芳
and
しくないと聞いているわよ。
tried trapping him with that contract. Yeah.
次々担保に入れて新しい博打の掛け金にして負けを認めないために次々新しい博打に手を出して内情の話をしたらこの中で兄さんほど火の車の人間は存在しないわ。どれだけ損失を出してんのよ兄さんは。
A lamp is like that. What's the definition? Why are you making me look this up? A lamp can't be something that hangs from a ceiling, right? Like there's a floor lamp, a table lamp, desk lamp. Oh fuck. I'm at it's like search lamp and I'm There's not many, but I guess there are a couple that I see here that are like hanging from the ceiling. You might be right. Maybe you're right. Lamp definition. Shade or cover. Yeah. I get. Okay. I resign.
才能ないのよ。
Oh yeah, we're getting mad at Cross, saying he has no money, no talent, no bitches. Oh wait, he has Natsui. No Eva though.
才能がないというのですか？ユニコと書き、火の車とは。
Natsui became indignant once more, but Cross raised his hand again and interrupted her.
多少の誤解があるようだ。 ビジネスは経過で判断できるものではない。私のような長期的視野でのビジネスともなると、時に短い単位期間では一見大きな損失を出しているようにも見えるものだ。
兄貴、裏は取れてんです。今は見栄を張ってる場合じゃない。つまりキリエはこう言いたいのさ。俺たちは全員が全員金に困ってる。そしてベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っている。
And more than anything else.
ベアトリーチェは自分だけがありかを知る10トンの黄金で私たちに家督を売らせるつもりなのよ。
Yeah, dude, I might do it. For sure, me a family's
10トンの黄金の
crazy. Why would I want to be the head of that?
20億
2 billion.
200億ね。
20 billion.
これだけを積まれたら私たちは歓喜して彼女を次期当主に認めるわ。
The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds.
冗談じゃないわよ。多少お金を積まれたくらいで。どこの馬の骨とも知れない女に家督を譲るなんて。
A little.
アホ抜かせ。もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。そら損得感情は必要やろが、聞くに値する話や。
They knew that Cross had eaten up much of the Ushiomiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of us being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter.
まあ、4等分とはならねえだろうな。次期当主を降りることになる兄貴に取り分が多くなるのはやむを得ねえだろうよ。羨ましい話だぜ。
あなた、金額の問題じゃないでしょ。不甲斐ない弟たちはお金で後宮家の栄光を売り払うつもりなのですよ。ここで長男の威厳を示さずして何とするのです。
夏希、しばらく黙っていなさい。
あなた、
こりゃあクラッとくる話だぜ。俺たちは兄貴から2億半ずつ引っ張ろうと思ってた。もし魔女様が俺たちに10トンのうちの1割も弾んでくれたなら、
20億ね。
ああ、俺たちは当初の見積もりの10倍も弾まれ、そんだけあれば俺たちは十分だぜ。どうせ後宮なんて名前に未練はねえんだ。喜んで売っ払ってやら。
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかはさすがに川山用だとしても、なるほど、私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。私たちはベアトリーチェなどというよそ者を弾き出すために兄弟同盟を組もうとしていた。しかし彼女の目論見がこうならば、私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。ええ、今こそはっきり断言できる。ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
Whoa. Flashbang to Al. If the three younger siblings who never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus' financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to buy his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus' situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Cross's embezzlement might not have been made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Okanjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, cool way to put it, there was a significant likelihood that they would relinquish the Ushirimiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory is already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Curie still thought there might be a catch. This was declaration of victory. Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state their intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone through all this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold inheritance to the epitaph solver? He tried spinning the chessboard around several times. He searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. There was no answer.
おごりなのかしら。
Arrogance.
あるいは遊び。
何の
話？
Playing.
魔女は気分を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送ったわ。どうせ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。でも何万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあるはず。何しろここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。
Everything that meme, I'm like, 2 books side to side, like, one's an extremely thick book and another one's like a paper thin one, basically. Only a few pages in length. Like, Umineko as it is now is like that big book. And then Umineko, if Kiri was the one going against Beatrice, would be the small one. Kiri-san would solve everything. Too bad she had to die in like the very first night.
出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い、財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら
She would destroy Mito in an instant. Snap her fingers. Make her explode.
偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiation compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold, but if the hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり、魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文は、ベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。確かに、兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど、それを狙うためだけに、わずかとはいえこのようなリスクを？私は不用心だと思う。でもね、ある種の感情を念頭に置いたとき、このリスクは理解可能になるのよ。それが、おごりだというの？ええ、そうよ。圧倒的な優位に立つと、人はおごるわ。すると敗者に対し、その優位性をひけらかすために、微小なリスクをわざと背負うことがある。適度なリスクは勝利の喜びを引き立たせるスパイスだもの。リスクなき
And Kiri probably would solve everything. It won't even be like she would be done like in the freaking round 1, dude. We wouldn't be this far in.
わかるわ。私もそういうのよくわかるわ。
ベアトリーチェの手紙の真意をもっともらしくいろいろと解釈してみたけれど、実はこれが真実かもしれない。あの手紙の裏に潜む感情はおごりなのよ。 おごり。難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものかと私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。案外ひょっとすると碑文はお父さんじゃなく彼女が作ったのかもしれないわね。
He written.
上等じゃないの。碑文の謎が解けるかですって。
もしも解いたなら私を当主にしてくれるのね。解いてやる。魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。他の間抜けな兄弟たちに解けるものか。
The two of us together solve it.
私一人が解いて、私こそが後宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
その挑戦乗ったわ。
Why are young Eva's eyes blue but hers brown? Need a third Eva to fill out your RPG party. What is this? Expedition? We not get other Eva in our list?
私が謎を解いてやる。
Oh, and there we go. Looks like time didn't move forward at all. Is it gonna swap to the kids' perspectives? Oh, no. Purgatory. Flashbanged in Purgatory.
なるほどな。
I'm interested. I'm always interested in these Purgatory parts. Let's get through this before we end.
魔女じゃなく、ベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。つまり、人間は18人以上いる。
There can be more.
ということは、18人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪であるという図式は崩せるわけだ。これは大きい情報だぜ。
失礼いたします。
No.
マトラ様、紅茶とクッキーはいかがですか？
I would love some. Ato's butler, who called himself Renault, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot or if he's just a joke or something, but it's really... Or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me.
いらねえよ。
Damn.
俺は今取り込み中なんだ。放っておいてくれ。
おやおや、それは美味しく焼けたクッキーなのに、人間ごときにはもったいないくらいに素敵に焼き上げる。それは
気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。その辺に置いて、とっとと失せな。
さようでございますか。それではそのようにいたしますよ。冷めてからお召し上がりになって焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔なされると良いでしょう。
I kind of like this guy.
いちいちうるさいやつだな。まあ、耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ数段マシだがよ。
He hates her laughing.
いえいえ、まったく。お嬢様の笑い声は時折実に品がありません。それを聞くたびに、なぜ私この高貴な悪魔があのようなものを主にしなければならないのか、理解に苦しむのでございますよ。
You're the one who made a contract, right? Or accepted it? One of the two?
変なやつだな。そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございますよ。それでなくては家具は務まりません。それはさておき、ゲームの方はいかがでございますか？ 先ほど良い情報を見つけたようなことを言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが。
Their palm is like towards their body. These two have set their right hand up and their palm facing down, which is similar to what Canon does. Goda almost, but is like in a fist and his palm towards his chest. I wonder if there's significance to that. Goats could be doing it. All of the goats. Man, they have short legs compared to the rest of their bodies. Their arms reach all the way down to their, like, a bit below their knees. Interesting detail. Maybe there's something to it. Setting that aside, how's the game been proceeding? Just now, you seem to have found some useful information that quite please. You're just mean to everyone, aren't you? As Renault mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby.
19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願いますか。
ああ、いいぜ。どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。隠す必要もないさ。いいか、この島に隠し屋敷があって、愛人を住まわせていたらしいんだ。となりゃ。俺を苦しめてきた18人なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
And then Beatrice comes in with the red. There is no such man.
バトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに、18人の中にも犯人を求められないダブルスタンダードの袋小路に自らを追い込まれました。
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は18人の誰かを疑うことだ。18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。俺はそいつを生贄にすることで常に魔女を否定し続けることもできるだろう。しかしそれは断固拒否する。ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。18人はみんな俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち、そして真面目だったり面白かったりする頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。かつて俺はその決意があやふやだった。だからその心の弱さをベアトに突かれたんだ。
自らの弱点を認め理解する、なかなかできることではありません。バトラ様は19人目が存在する説を槍にする。槍というよりは盾でしょうかな。いずれにせよ、これまでのゲームでの無策と違い、戦い方に指針を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。
Are you watching the other games?
これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに存分に19人目を疑い、人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
そういうことさ。最初のゲームのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか、他にも19人目が存在していたなら迷う必要なんかないトリックはいくつもある。
In the very first game, Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり18人の誰にも無理だからという図式だけは否定することができるわけさ。
Using this argument, it's easy to explain. For example, the problematic case that already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying a 19th person must have visited her and gave her the letter.
とても良い一手だと思いますよ。私だったらどう切り返しましょうか。たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても、18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね。バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも、改めてそこをつくのも面白いかもしれません。
ならどう来る？
What if someone folded the letter into an airplane and flew it to Maria from a second floor window? Then who gave her the umbrella? Who was Umbrella?
バトラ様が刺された19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが
Getting the freaking bootleg Mortal Kombat theme from Renovia. An umbrella like a spear. I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned.
バトラ様は19人目にお会いしておりませんね。19人目が存在する証拠をお願いできますかな？
Show me some proof that doesn't exist.
アメーゼ。もちろんその指し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる。
それは受け手をお願いいたします。
魔女だの悪魔だの、お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ。それがこいつ、悪魔の証明さ。
When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof, because that's a human. But I'm fighting with a witch, taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheap moves. That's what this devil's proof is, because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Okojima separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of Devil's Proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there is no proof that she does. Oops. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. Right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this Devil's Proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beto's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around her right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest the 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you look. So, you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Rachel used the Devil's Proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, and forget just the 19th person, this island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just the 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. They all split up the work, they could easily handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts would naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around a mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's perfect. It's a perfect one to use against the witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100? But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable. Almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere.
まあ、へりくつまみれの暴論だとは思うぜ。相手が人間だったなら、寝言を言うなと怒鳴られるところだろうよ。だが、俺の相手は魔女だ。そして、俺たちがやってるのはそういう勝負なんだろう。どんな暴論であろうとも、人間で説明をつけ、魔女を否定する。とにかく、この一手で俺は、二度と親しい18人のみんなを疑わなくて済む。俺は二度と、前回の失敗は繰り返さない。
なるほど。前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。良いことですよ。さすがに3度もゲームを重ねると容量が良くなるものです。まずは自陣の守りを固める。実に堅実な処方です。なかなかの妙手と思いますよ。
He approves.
まあ、19人目の人物を仮定したとしても、マスターキーの本数などのように、何人人間を増やしてもクリアできないトリックもの。しかし、とりあえずの初手としては、
バトラ様の切り札。
I tried to scroll up and I've definitely scrolled down. Even if we assume that there's a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. So, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Another summon, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person.
証拠はあるのかとの私の一手に、バトラ様は悪魔の証明で反撃。良い攻防です。お嬢様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまうのは申し訳ないのですが、私も少し
Where is she anyway?
面白くなってきてしまったところです。お嬢様に代わり、さらに一手進めさせていただきましょうか。
来いよ。
Alright, what's his move?
魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと、相手に不足はね
え。バトラ様の刺された一手、これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが。
Oh yeah?
ヘンペルのカラスという一手はご存知ですか？
Impels Raven.
ヘンペルのカラス?
Yeah, can't say I'm familiar with it. Oh, here she comes with her soundboard. Just then, that enraging laugh I heard so many times started echoing. She's back! Where were you anywhere? The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared. Morning! This time of day in this area? This purgatory?
なんとも笑える懐かしい一手よ。よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな。
What is she about to toss at him?
悪魔の証明に並ぶ古典的一手だ。ロノウェイ、それはわらわが指す一手ぞ。わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな。
出やがったな、ゲラゲラ魔女め。相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。こいつもお前のこと、笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。なあ。
それは心外な。本当か？
そうもない。心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に、この私めがどうしてそのような陰口を申すでしょうか。
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。 お前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
Here was our chance to be friends.
まあよい。話を戻そう。ヘンペルのカラスは実証を待遇的に行ってみせる。つまりこういう手だ。カラスが黒いことを証明するにはどうすればいい？
あ？
Show one?
何の話だ？カラスが黒いことを証明って、カラスを捕まえてきて色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
その通り。カラスイコール黒いを証明すればよい。
Raven equal.
ということは、黒くない鳥イコールカラスではないを証明しても同じ論法になるのがわかるかな？世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、それらが黒くないことを証明すれば、それは結果的に故に黒い鳥はカラスであるとなる。これを待遇論法という。そなたには難しいか？
ああ、まったく何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
バトラ様、こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。二つの箱があり、片方は当たりでクッキーが入っているといたします。
I sure likes his cookies.
もちろんもう片方は外れで空っぽです。
For example, here are two boxes. Where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. It's going weird, man. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called a contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B then not A is also true.
そりゃ当然だろう。もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。つまり、箱を適当に選び、最初の一手でどっちの箱にクッキーが入っているか特定できるわけだ。
その通り。開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら、悪魔の証明を満たす。この箱は当たりイコールこの箱にはクッキーが入っているをまさに実証できるわけだ。しかし開けた箱が空っぽだったなら、この時は逆にヘンペルのカラスを満たす。この箱にクッキーが入っている、イコールこの箱は当たりではないとなるのだから。そしてそれは箱が2つしかないことを前提としている限り、もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを待遇的に示している。
ま、なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。毒を制するには毒、へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。それで俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから、18人全員にアリバイがあってもそれは魔女を認めることにはならないをどう切り返してくれ。
よかろう。
Yeah, where is she going with
手
this?
は教えよう。まずそなたは18人の中に犯人はいないイコールならば犯人は19人目としている。
Is she gonna say that a 19th person definitely doesn't exist, so it has to be one of the 18?
ならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ。つまり犯人は19人目ではないイコール、ならば18人の中に犯人がいる。
Alright, say it again in red.
はあ？なんだと？それはどういう意味だ？
そなたの指し手を逆手に取っただけだがな。そう難しい話ではあるまいに。ロノウェ、説明せよ。そなたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラにわかりやすいらしい。
それでは僭越ながら、先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます。
Allow me to repeat my earlier story about the two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19-person box, so the cookie represents the culprit. Butler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th box. Let us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Butler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now used to prepare an 18-person attack.
なんだと
わらわが19人目の箱の中身が空っぽであることを先に証明すれば、そなたは自動的に18人の箱の中にそなたはそれを逆の言い方で口にしたに過ぎんのだぞ。
つまり俺の自信満々の一手は同時に諸刃の剣でもあるってわけか。
その通りよ。
But if she just alright. If she does this and proves that the culprit is one of the 18, isn't that also disproving she doesn't exist? Though? Because then like therefore like it would have to be one of the actual normal people he knows of.
そなたの19人目で全てを説明する一手は、それが破られた時、18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている。
Witches aren't people because of magic. I see. Temple's Raven. So this is a countering technique? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure box actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I don't want to place a bomb in any of the boxes for it. Or in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the Devil's Proof and created the 19th person box just so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beto struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb is in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all of 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that would be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence and have to do it perfectly. Like, by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that would be impossible. In other words, I'll have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. There are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watched over them, it will be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beto has only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb isn't in one of the other 8 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. Got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers.
世の中には悪魔の証明がそうであるように反論に膨大な手間がかかり事実上不可能であるケースが少なくない。しかしヘンペルのカラスはその問題を逆手に取り容易に実証することを可能とする。
ヘンペルのカラスを使えば様々な暴論が実証可能なのです。例えば私以外の人間イコール愚かであるという命題があったとします。
All humans except me.
これを証明するには本来私を除く全人類を調べ愚かであることを証明しなければなりません。しかし何十億人も調べるなど現実には不可能でしょう。マトラス様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
しかしヘンペルのカラスならばその命題は待遇的にこう変換される。つまり私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならばチェス盤をひっくり返し愚かではないイコール私として証明してもよいということだ。つまりどういうことだと思う？わらわが聡明であるという事実を知るだけで全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわけだ。全人類がわらわよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる。世界最強最速の QED これぞヘンペルのカラス。
なんつう暴論だよ。
これはとても便利な一手ですよ。悪魔どころか神々も好む一手です。
Gods too, huh?
幸福であるイコール神のしもべを命題とするとき、待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。つまり神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためにはその加護を受けぬ人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。そして彼らは自らの神を信じない人々を不幸に突き落とすことで自らの幸福
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。つまりヘンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
悪魔だ。
No, she's a witch.
悪魔の理論だ。めちゃくちゃだ。
話がそれてしまったようだな。そろそろ話を戻そうぞ。わらわの反撃の一手は以上だ。そなたの19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しない。
You're gonna state it in red?
ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞ。
A witch doesn't count as the 19th person?
との確認だ。
For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. This is gonna be impossible after all? You continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people. Still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. That just a delusion? Am I trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the Devil's Spirit. Don't feel uncertain about something you used once. Believe in the spear you drawn. Then forcefully gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ。この程度で長考するつもりか？
いや待て、確認するぞ。確かに俺は分かりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが、悪魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら
Use it to raise it to like 500.
それは10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。お前が想定する人数より常に1人多い。
Always one more than you assume.
わかるか?
It countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. The only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic.
なるほど。わらわが19人目のアリバイを何らかの方法で証明したとしても、その瞬間にそなたは20人目を生み出し犯人だと主張する。これを無限に繰り返すことによって、わらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか。
Infinite stalemate.
なるほどなるほど。さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。さすがは金蔵の孫よ。召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
つまり18人以外の存在 X は常にアリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。どうだベアト、ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば俺も負けねえぜ。
愚かしいぞ。わらわを誰と心得る。わらわこそは無限の魔女。そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは肩払いたいわ。無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。わらわが19人目を切れば、20人目を切れば、21人目を切れば、22人目を切れば、23人目を呼び、34人目を呼び、6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼び、わらわを永遠に翻弄でいけるのでも無限交代とは笑わせる。わらわに無限は通じぬわ。
ほう、ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
Oh?
わらわには真実を赤で語る力があろうが。
It's declared in red. Usually I'd end up bringing this up to counter this at some point. Did you forget, Battler?
わらわが赤で語るとき、そこには一切の幻想がない。
What a strange power she
わらわ
has.
がこの島には100人しかいないと一言赤で語れば、そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことはかなわぬのだ。ほーらバトラ、今度はどんな真実を赤で語ってみせようか。どんな拠り所を叩き切ってそなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか。そら、いつもの怯えた顔を見せてみるがいい。なに？そなた、笑うか？
What's up, Battler? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな。それで今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ？
それはどういう意味か。急に余裕を見せよって。
悪いが、その真っ赤な砲塔は俺も抜いてくれるのを待ってたんだ。
お
さて、お前は今度は何を赤で宣言してくれるんだ？言っとくが、そいつは自爆だぜ。その時点でお前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然。まさに棟梁だ。確かに俺にとっても。
I was right, it would if she did just admit that. How would she use it then? That's right, the red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beto's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it in the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Yo, Cyberman?
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ。たとえ誰が犯人であっても、俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。だが、それはそれ以前にお前の敗北も意味する。人間が犯人だとお前が赤で語ることはお前の棟梁宣言にも等しい。お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんなら、それも面白い一手だろうぜ。だがこの勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
Features red was her true trump card. That person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I could also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. She was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion of her and the timing of her red. This feeling attention was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic.
さあ、今度はお前の手番だぜ。そうさ、お前のヘンペルのカラスを使うには、まず18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤で確定させる必要がある。その上で、それらの人間についてさらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば、なるほど、こいつは俺にとって致命傷になるだろうぜ。
あれほど怯えていた赤を、もはやみじんも怯えぬとはな。たくましいやつよ。
抜いてみろよ、殿下の宝刀。バッサリ決まって今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
面白い。こうでなくてはな。
Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusion, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victory condition is the denial, which is... Then, to use her contra-positive logic, the culprit must be a human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit at midday 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time I was unable to understand that, so it's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. That's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, as long as she wanted to attack those weak points. It was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she struck, recklessly flourished in that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. Yo, based.
さあ、どうしたよ。まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか。赤で語ってもらおうじゃねえか。さもないと、お前のカラスは俺に切り込めないぜ。
破れかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。やはり金蔵の孫か。追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに不敵。
But no, cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね。せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいますよ。お嬢様。
Damn, the cold tea. Renault, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making their next move. Kaito probably thought she managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at a worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. Just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight. I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we reached the third game, she realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yo, Snake? Are you happy now?
面白くなってきたぜ。
I like this.
バトラー。
He's made for battling. It's in his name.
拉致が開かねえな。なら、ズバッと気持ちよく、いつものやつで行こうじゃねえか。
ほう。いつものやつとな。ならば頼もうではないか。あれを聞かぬと、やはり始まった気がせぬわ。
First move was mine.
行くぜ、ベアト。副将要求。この島には18人しかいない。こいつを赤で言われちまったら、俺は18人の誰かを疑わざるを得ない。19人目の仕業にはもうできず、八方塞がりさ。だが、俺は18人の中に犯人が絶対にいないと信じてる。あんな残酷な殺人を18人の誰にも起こせるものか。繰り返すぞ。副将要求。この島には18人しかいない。
拒否する。理由は明かさない。
It looks like a new sprite. I don't remember like crossing her arms like that. A Vegeta ass pose. Is she wearing the ring? Like the headmaster ring, or is that always been a ring she's had? How long has she had that? I don't remember seeing that like on her sprites at all. She always has her hand like below. Is that why I've never noticed it? Until now? This kind of cool. I like that. Woo! I avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one at 18. Like last time all over again. Beto hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. A lot more obvious in her OG sprite. Oh, so it is. The OG sprites are like really chubby looking. Real funny charm to all of them. But Beto hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike, even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red using that move, which should have been as good as forking my rook and the king. Forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. What the hell, dude? Hold on. The OG goat is it's amazing. Look at this dude. He has his arm like correctly to the side there. I kind of want to just leave him there. I kind of like how they're all fully buff and these new sprites though. I like the buff goats. That's right, the culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone, and since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice.
そうさ。お前は魔女なんかじゃない。この島に何十年も隠れ住んできた。ただの人間なんだ。
千年を経た無限の魔女のわらわをただの人間呼ばわりしたか。
You're gonna declare it in red that you aren't? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloating. Maybe spitefully. Gloatingly, or maybe spitefully.
いいか。続けるぜ。続けて副賞要求。この島には19人以上がいる。
Or more. Beatrice fell silent once again. She probably remained extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hampel's raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, would need to settle the existence and number of the people outside of the 18 and red. That's right. You couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless you used red. I closed Beto in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight. In this witch's game...
拒否してもいいんだぜ。お前が赤で言えないなら、この島の合計人数は
18 plus X
18プラス X ってことになる。この X は初手で許すには相当でかい大駒だぜ。何しろ以後18人の誰にも不可能だったという根拠のトリックは全て18人以外の人間 X で説明可能になる。全員アリバイ系の密室を全て打ち破れる大駒だ。
It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through the enemy forces as long as there is a slight gap. It could only be effective used on squares with the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. Oh? It looked like Beto also noticed her current plight. He couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this, but Beto was completely aware that I was expecting it. He was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Cause, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence curled up into cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red swords, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carefully lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being coined. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world. Like an imaginary number. Shion? Kingdom Hearts reference? Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasure sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. Oh, Beito? Oh, thinking long and hard? She refuses. At the end of Beito's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beito refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. Oh?
ということは今後、俺は18人以外の架空人物 X を何人でも使い放題ってことになるぜ。
好きにするがよい。わらわはそなたの復唱を拒否した。今はそれで十分である。拒否の理由は
Because I refuse!
いや、今はまだ明かさぬ。いずれすぐにわかる。
Interesting.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
And I refuses because it's not a person, it's a demon! He used all them earlier, actually.
あえて使わぬ赤もまた新しい使い方よ。そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだな。愉快な例えよ。わらわも使おう。宝刀は抜かぬうちが花よ。むしろ抜かぬことによって醸せるイフというものもある。
そうだな。俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか。こいつはえれえプレッシャーだ。それに復唱を拒否される方が辛い場合もある。何しろ俺の読みが正しいから拒否できないのか、ミスリードにはまって泳がされてるのか、区別がつかないからな。そういう意味ではなるほど抜かずの宝刀ってわけだ。
同じ突き落とすなら少しでも高いところに行かせてからに限る。まだ始まったばかり。まだまだ。この勝負は今淡き勝利に今は弱い。今は
E for now. What a great scene. Oh, still going a little bit in purgatory here. it's all fine. I ended up regaining my what's the correct word here? Awakenness? Energy? I ended up shaking off to sleep. That's a better, more easier way to put it. After the conference and getting here. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Renov's applause. I couldn't The tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound. Okay, I thought he was like wanting him to clap. Oh no, he did clap. Remove the tension. Got it, got it.
まずは序盤はバトラ様有利の展開でスタートというところでしょうか。
He likes it. We're in.
さあな、この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか、取るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな。どうせお前のことだ。俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて、白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ。
Oh, I'm genuinely clapping. That was sick. I hate her.
まさか。
Just-
序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手腕を純粋に祝福いたしております。何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。たまにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
お前んとこの執事、ほんと口悪いな。
Sure you like him being your butler? Think he hates you.
であろうたまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
それは大変に失礼いたしました。さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラ様、紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな。まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子はどうかどうぞお気兼ねなくゲームをおすすめになってください。
そうさせてもらう。先を進めるぜ。これからが本番だ。
よかろう。時計を進めようではないか。どの上、紅茶を頼む。
かしこまりました。クッキーは？
いらぬ。
I want a
ペルセ
cookie.
ブブにあれば喜ぼう。しばし沈黙せよ。
Basilbub likes cookies? While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes silently and fell silent. Closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually, a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。
Oh.
わらわがどうして初手にて赤で語るのを拒否したのか。
Immediately?
今より分
Now?
からせてやろうぞ。
何？上等じゃねえかよ。お手並み拝見と行くぜ。
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。拙速かもしれぬが動かせてもらおう。赤は使わぬが、今よりそれをわらわに代わってローザが説明する。
Oh?
聞くがよい。
Had to slap the freaking soundboard as we swap here.
もちろん私も同意よ。
Are we almost at the next scene break? Or do you think I should stop here? Because I was expecting some sort of like screen fade or glass breaking or something at the end of that purgatory scene. Which also lasted a bit longer than I was expecting. Holy. All the back and forth, dude. Oh, hold on. Back something. Okay. Be a decent stopping point. Righto. Works for me. Right after all their back and forth there in the 3 p.m. Wait. Damn, it is 3 p.m. That's almost exactly like a few seconds. What the hell? You know what's coming up is long? Alright, we'll pause it right before Rosa's, I guess, exclamation that's about to happen here. Seemed like a pretty good spot. This one? Idle? You know, the sound of the door closing For a while, I think until like midway into episode 2, I thought it was like the sound of not a door closing. It reminded me of like a old film reel. I don't know why I thought it was that though. Makes more sense that it's a door. I guess I thought of it as like as a film reel, like as if we're watching the events play out, which I guess does make sense in a way. It's what we are doing. Gonna be your first time, but hearing it, you can see it. You mean you can hear it? You don't see sound, stupid. What are you, dumb? Idiot? I'm being unnecessarily rude. Dude, now you're being rude to me. My music. Let's listen to this one. You can't ban me. I can ban you. Don't think just because you're my mod, I don't have that power. What if I do this? Oh, it's... It actually did get rid of all your messages. Oops. I didn't know timing out also deleted messages. Ah, you're not a mod anymore. Damn. There we go. Wow, timing out is powerful. Let us do it without chat. No, Darnito was still there. We still have his messages. Oh, well. I think we made some nice progress today. Tomorrow... Maybe I might actually play more tomorrow, because I'm getting interested in how the story's been going. I thought maybe it was going to be a little bit slower at the start, like 2 was, but if it's getting into things this fast, it's got me a bit more interested. Also, things seem to be going in a way pretty similar to episode 1, which also has me pretty interested. Like, the whole conversation that the family's having in the dining hall does feel exactly like what might have happened in episode 1 before they kicked the kids out back to the guest house. Because we didn't get to see any of what they were talking about, right? How I remember it. It's been a little while. Alright, we'll see how I feel later on, I guess. Tomorrow. I should probably try to finish Expedition 33 before Deltarune comes out, because I'm gonna spend a good few days for sure playing that. Mostly, I guess I'm playing a lot of Umineko, so that I have like the full like weekend for just messing around with Deltarune, trying to figure out what hidden things might be in chapter 3, because there's definitely has to be something in chapter 3 based on all the like hints and stuff that they added to the Spamton website. Surely. any case, that's gonna be it for me. Good strong start to episode 3 here, I think. I recall episodes, right? I'm not stupid. Yeah. As always, why am I at the BRB screen? That's not the correct one. There we go. As always, anyone around to watch me, thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time. Tomorrow, honestly, probably gonna actually go ahead and go play Expedition 33 again and make actual real decent story progress this time. And not spend a billion hours just re-exploring every map. And then go like back and forth on Umineko on Expedition 30. My original plan, yeah. As usual, same time, around 9 AM. Unless I have technical issues again, then I'll probably be like 30 minutes late again. Hopefully not. Yeah. See ya.